consisted of students from University College TATI, Malaysia, Mie University, Japan, and Princess of Naradhiwas University, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, the aims of Tamina are to provide the platform for its participants to either present, exchange, and discuss the most recent innovation, trends and concerns, as well as the challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of sciences and technology. We really appreciate you taking the time off your busy schedule to join us today. We hope you will find the presentation we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. To begin the opening ceremony with blessing, I would like to invite TS Dr. Azharin Shah to lead the dua recitation. With that, please welcome Dr. Azharin Shah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, rahmatilah, berkatilah dan redailah pertemuan ini dari awal hingga ke akhirnya. Almighty God, please give your grace, your bless and approval for this meeting from the beginning till the end. Rabbana zidna ilman warzuqna fahma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Dr. Azharin Shah. May our event today be blessed and run accordingly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this morning's program, let us first listen and watch together the recorded video of welcoming address by Professor Dr. Anwar Ahmad, Rector of University College TATI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Technologist Dr. Siti Eliani, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering Technology, University College TATI. Honorable Professor Satoshi Kaneko from Mie University. Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Rosukon Sangmane, President Princess of Naradhiwas University, Dr. Ahmed Dabwan, the Director of the first Tamina International Colloquium 2021, or we call it Tamina 2021, the committees of the Colloquium, and also all the participants. I am very pleased to inform you that this is the first international colloquium collaborated by UC TATI, Mie University of Japan, and Princess of Naradhiwas University of Thailand. This colloquium is organized in conjunction of the Memorandum of Understanding between UC TATI and Mie University, Japan, which was started since 2010, and Princess of Naradhiwas University, Thailand, since 2019. The aims of the MOU was to establish good networks of staff and students between these three institutions, and also for joint research activities and other knowledge sharing activities. It is indeed my pleasure to speak to all of you today, despite having in a new normal, a format we were much used to. I am really thankful to the dedicated Tamina 2021 committees whom have managed to realize Tamina 2021 during this unpredictable time. Thank you for your dedication, time, and efforts, as this is UC TATI first collaboration between Mia and Princess of Naradhiwas University. I do hope this cooperation will continue in the future, especially in joint research or other knowledge sharing activities. My final thanks to all the participants, as all of you are the paramount of the Colloquium success. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bis.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Anwar Ahmad, for your speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us all warmly invite Professor Dr. Satishi Kaneko, Assistant to the President of MIA University for International Affairs, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please, Doctor.
Okay, good morning. My name is Satoshi Kaneko, Vice President of University for International Exchange Program. And today, we are very happy to have this very good conference and interaction opportunity. This Tamina 2021 first international colloquium, and we are again we are very happy to three institute TATI, UC TATI, and Princess of Naradhiwas University and University. These three institute member together we have this good collaboration meeting. So please have a good time and good discussion for the exchange or interaction interaction program. And now in the world we have COVID-19, but these online program is very good for the interaction. So again, congratulations for the for having this program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Satoshi, for your very inspiring speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now let's have Associate Professor Dr. Rasukon Sangmani, President of Princess of Naradhiwas University, as a spotlight and listen to his welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Rector University of TATI, Professor Dr. Satoshi Kaneko, Assistant to the President of May University for the International Affairs, TATI Deans and TATI Lecturer, me Deans and me Lecturers, PNU students, TATI students, and me student. Very good morning. In behalf of the PNU President, it's my great pleasure to welcome all the participants today. Let me thank you for Dr. Ahmed B1 for his big effort to make this the first international colloquium reality between students of 3 inter-universities. I believe this is the very good initiative for our collaboration despite our big challenge of COVID-19 pandemic. However, our activity must be continued and keep students moving, especially they can share their experience learning from each other, experts and skills through online meeting. Through this colloquium, an individual is given a platform to identify their gain understanding, focus on essential aspects, improve their leadership quality, attitude, and confidence, and provide practical communication skills, as well as the frequent change need in their education. The schedule of the first international colloquium includes encouragement, discussion. I hope you all will understand and value of your work and will enhance it for a better future. I ensure you all that this colloquium will be profitable for, for you, all students. This is all for me. Thank you all for being such a partner lecturer. I ensure the first international colloquium will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Rosukon Samani. Sorry for the technical problem. I forgot to unmute myself. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have nearly reached the conclusion to our opening ceremony. So, with that, let us end the ceremony by watching the opening montage prepared by our technical team. So, please sit back, and I hope you enjoy the video and be energetic for the rest of the day. So please enjoy. now, how are you feeling after watching the video? Do you feel energetic after watching the video, or you feel like slow-mo as the video was? Okay, now, before I pass the baton to the moderator for presentation session 1, can we have a photo session all together as a remembrance, and so we can also put it up on our social media. But before that, can I have everyone, our distinguished guests, Professor Dr. Kaneko and PNU, and participant also, to kindly activate your camera. So this photo session will take about a minute or so for our technical team to capture everyone's present. While waiting, you can check your pose, your makeup, your lighting, and even your focus of your camera. So maybe participant at PNU can come forward so that we can see your face, or but never mind, don't, because we have to follow SOP. So the procedure is like this. We will take 2 times the picture. So I will count 1, 2, 3, capture. So when I say capture, everyone smile, and then the technical team will snip our screen. Okay. So technical team, are we ready? Okay. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, capture. Okay, one last pose. Professor Dr. Kaneko. Okay, 1, 2, 3, capture. Okay, and that's it for our opening ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our opening ceremony, and I will now pass the baton to Puan. Okay, so the technical team has just informed me that I was too fast. So can we have the photo session again? Okay, photo session again. Sorry, it's my bad. So technical team, ready? Technical team, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, capture. Okay, ready, technical team? Okay, and that's it. So ladies and gentlemen, the baton will be passed to Puan Sadatul Radia. So presenters, good luck, gamate kudasai, totika, and all the best. Bye.
画面の共有で俺らさ、説明するの？そうかな、多分。
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning everyone. Welcome back to Tamina 2021. I'm Sadatul Radiah binti Ghazali, your moderator for this first session. So for this first session, we have 3 presenters. So before we begin, let me inform you that we will provide 10 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A session. I will remind the presenter when the time is up. The Q&A session will be available after each presentation. You may unmute your microphone to ask the question. So without further ado, I would like to call upon our first presenter, Mr. Arifuddin bin Arifin from University College TATI, to present his work entitled A Systematic Literature Review on Nano Cutting Fluid onto the Aluminium Alloy in Turning via MQL Technique. So please welcome.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Okay, so I will be the first presenter for this morning. Okay, again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. Okay, my name is Arifuddin bin Arifin. I from UC TATI, Kemamang, Terengganu, Malaysia. Today I will present my second paper for this semester with the title of A Systematic Literature Review on Nano Cutting Fluid onto the Aluminium Alloy in Turning via MQL Techniques. Okay, for the introduction, as you can see, my research related to machining, turning process, MQL techniques, and also hybrid nano. So for the first one is the machining. What we need to know about machining is that machining is a material removal process which raw material is cut into desired shape and size. When it comes to machining, we have turning process, milling, grinding, drilling, and so on. So my research will focus on the turning machine, CNC turning machine. Okay, what we need to know about turning process is the process of removal metal from rotating cylindrical workpiece to a specified dimension. So whenever it comes to any type of machining processes, we need to use cooling technique in order to reduce the cutting temperature, to produce good surface roughness, and also to prolong the to life. So there are three types of cooling techniques. The first one is dry technique. The second one is flood technique, and the third one is MQL techniques. So what is MQL? MQL is minimum quantity lubricant. It is a cooling technique where the little cutting fluid is used. So when the application of coolant MQL is used, however, the result is not good enough. So in order to have better result, produce better performance on the machine, the use of application of nano hybrid in cutting fluid is necessary. So what is nano cutting fluid? Nano cutting fluid are the mixture of conventional cutting fluid and nanoparticles. So for my research, we use alumina and titanium oxide. As for the problem statement, we do research on nano cutting fluid due to overcome a few problems. The first one, during machining, we have occur poor surface roughness, and also during the cutting process, the build-up edge is created. The second problem is that the short the cutting tool and cause adhesive wear. The third problem is that the usage of the conventional cutting fluid had an environmental issue. And the fourth problem is that the high machining cost in terms of lubrication and environmental. As for the research background, here I listed three review articles, two from 2017 and one from 2020. As for 2017, Sharif, he stated that the nano fluid integration with MQL have improved machining output over time in comparison with pure MQL and other lubrication methods. So in his research, he already proven that nano MQL is better than pure MQL or other lubrication methods. So he's used a single nano. However, I'm trying to use hybrid nano, combine two nano. Okay, next for Azmi 2017, it says that a nano application and the use of nanoparticle as additive can enhance heat transfer to the increase of thermal conductivity. Okay, when compare nano fluid to coolant or conventional cutting fluid, we find that in his research, Azmi, he said that it's better using nano due to it can transfer more heat and can reduce the cutting temperature during the machining processes. Okay, for car 2020, it focus on the machining parameter. So car stated that the input cutting factors such as spindle speed, cutting depth, tool feed rate was considered a significant factor in machining. Before I run an actual experiment using RSM, I have to consider choosing a significant machining parameter. So based on my skinning process that I have been done for the last month, I safely can say that for the cutting depth and tool feed rate will be my machining parameter for my experiment. Okay, for the next one is the research gap through all the reading and reading of the journal article. I find that the first one is related to nano cutting fluid. None of the researcher consider the aluminum alloy TiO2 hybrid nano cutting fluid onto turning with MQL onto LL 7075. And the second one is the optimization. None of the researcher attempt in optimizing the machine performance by employing hybrid nanoparticle. Okay, now we back to the paper SLR. Okay, for the SLR systematic literature review, we have three steps. The first one is identification. The second one is screening, and the third one is eligibility. Okay, for the first one, identification process, I have to create keywords from research title, research objective, and research question. To the identification process also, I need to select a few database. The database that I selected is Science Direct, Scopus, MySite, and also Google Scholar. From the first result of the search, I gained about 2,000 plus journal article. Next, we go to the screening process, where I eliminate some of the journal by looking at criteria such as year, type of paper, language used, study areas. So from 2,000 journals, it goes to 200 to 300 journals only. Next is the last step is eligibility, where I eliminate the journal by giving its content such as abstract, introduction, and conclusion. From 200 journal, lastly, I can reduce it around 100 journal only. Okay, as for the result of the finding of SLR, the first one I divide it into a few tables. The first one I show you is where the journal source. Okay, as you can see from the top two, the most of the journal came from Material Today Proceeding and International Journal of Automotive and Mechanical Engineering. So most of the journal are from index database, so I safely can say that they are in good quality. As for the next one is the journal timeline. As you can see, the research on nanocutting fluid is vigorous after 2014 until 2020. For the 2020, I limit the journal until August 2020 due to I start writing on September 2020. So since 2015, as you can see, papers start focusing on nanocutting fluid and publish paper a minimum 10 paper a year. Okay, the next one is the journal evolution. So I divided into 4 phases. The first one before 2015, the second one is 2015 and 16, the third one is 2017 and 18, and lastly is the past 2 years, 2019 and 2020. For the before 2015, we have around 4 papers here, which they talk about application of the nano-cutting fluid imaging, and most of them only study the response analysis on surface roughness only. Okay, next on the second phase, around 23 papers, journal articles, they focus on MQL technique. They have shifted the cooling technique from flood to MQL. So they want to highlight the use of the saving use of MQL techniques. And also here in the second phase, people start use uncoated and coated carbide for the cutting tools. As for the third phase, 2017 and 18, the studies have focused on the comparing the different cooling techniques from dry, flood, cooling MQL, and nano MQL. And the issue of eco-friendly are highlighted in this phase, phase 3. As for the last phase is the 2019 and 2020, the studies has focused on the performance optimization, where the researcher try to identify the best machining parameters to pair with the suitable cooling technique for a specified machine use. And even some of them try to use FEA, finite element analysis, to create a model.
Sorry, Mr. Arifuddin, we have reached 1 minute left, so I hope you can jump to conclusion.
Okay. Okay, so what stated just now? Okay, the past 2 years, the response analysis have been focused on tool wear, chip methodology, surface roughness, and cutting temperature. Okay, for the conclusion, when after the SLR methods, the research gap is identified, the research question was answered, the journal source was listed, the pattern of the timeline and the evolution of the research can be studied, and I can conclude that the application of nano-cutting fluid with MQL cooling technique result is better in cutting temperature, surface roughness, tool wear compared to dry, flood, coolant MQL cooling technique on various metal alloy, including aluminum alloy, during the process of turning, according to the previous studies. Okay, for the last slide, the recommendation for the future research. I would like to suggest that the future researcher focus their research on hybrid nano cutting fluid instead of single nano, because most of the researcher in the past have done single nano. So, and then they need to compare the result with dry, flat, and coolant MQS, so that we can prove that use of nano cutting fluid in machining is better. And before any, as I mentioned before any actual experiment, we need to identify the machining parameters, so that significant machining parameter can be identified and selected. Then the machining performance in all aspects can be optimized. So that's all from me for my presentation this morning related to my paper on SLRs. Is there any question from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arifuddin. So we now begin the Q&A session. Any question from audience or panel, you may ask our presenter directly by unmuting your voice. Okay, so there is no from audience, but there is one question from me. So in terms of cost, okay, which one is much better? Because we have compared between machining, tooling, and others technique. So compare with those technique from previous study with the MQL, which one is better in terms of cost?
In terms of cost, I have to say that blood technique is better in terms of cost. But however, in nowadays, people want to focus on saving the environmental and save costs on avoid creating health issue in workplace. So in order to do that, we have to use MQL techniques to reduce the cutting fluid use. So through the use of the cutting fluid, and we change it from coolant to MQL to nano cutting fluid. So nano cutting fluid itself, we produce, as I said before, better superior roughness, and we prolong the tool life, and also at the same time, we reduce the cutting temperature significantly.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, Mr. Arifuddin, and for the very fruitful sharing. Okay, so now we go for the second presenter. I would like to call upon Mr. Kobayashi. Sorry for the technical issue. Okay, so I would like to call upon Mr. Kobayashi from Mie University to present his work entitled Synthesis of Black Phosphorus Dope Grafted Carbon Nitrate with Aromatic Structure Photocatalyst for Promotion Hydrogen Evolution. Please welcome.
I'd like to talk about synthesis of black phosphorus doped graphic carbon nitrate with aromatic structure photocatalyst to promote hydrogen evolution. Please attention. Recently, hydrogen evolution using photocatalyst has attracted attention. Since visible light accounts for about 52% of sunlight, the development of photocatalysts that respond to visible light is important. The photocatalyst named graphic carbon nitrate has many advantages such as low cost and excellent stability. Furthermore, since it shows a visible light response, it has attracted much attention in photocatalytic hydrogen production. However, pure graphic carbon nitrate shows unsatisfactory photocatalytic activity due to the rapid recombination of photogenerated electron hole pairs and narrow absorption of sunlight. In this study, to improve its drawbacks, We try to incorporate the aromatic rings and deposit black phosphorus onto graphite carbonate framework. This is a preparation of photocatalyst. Graphite carbon nitrides were synthesized by thermal polycondensation of urea. Graphite carbon nitride with aromatic structure was also synthesized by following the same procedure without the addition of hydroxybenzene. And the corresponding samples were denoted GCN and ACN. Black phosphorus doped GCN was synthesized that black phosphorus and GCN were added to water and sonicated. The dispersion was centrifugated and dried for overnight. Black phosphorus doped ACN was also synthesized, and the corresponding samples were denoted as BPGCN and BPACN. This is the photoreactor for hydrogen production and experimental conditions. The medium consists water and triethanolamine and chloroplatinic acid and photocatalyst. We used the xenon lamp which equipped UV cut filter as a light source. Hydrogen production was investigated by gas chromatography. Figure 3 shows XRD patterns. GCN shows two typical peaks. BPACN shows very similar to peaks to GCN, which emphasizes that the basic GCN crystal phase was maintained. In addition, BPACN was detected a peak corresponding to phosphorus. Figure 4 shows the XPS result. In the composition ratio of carbon bond shows in table 1. Compared to GCN, the ratio of CC bond is increased in BPACN. The result confirms the incorporation of the benzene ring into GCN. In addition, since black phosphorus related peaks were detected in BPACN, it was confirmed that black phosphorus was included. Figure 5a shows the photocatalytic activity of all samples. The photocatalytic hydrogen evolution rate of pure GCN was only 210 micromole per gram, while BPACN showed a hydrogen production rate of 860 micromole per gram, which was about 4 times higher than that of GCN. Also, we performed a 5-cycle experiment of BPACN. As a result, the amount of hydrogen evolution did not decrease significantly, which showed stability. To investigate the origin of the excellent activity of BPACN, the light harvesting capability was estimated by DRS, as shows the absorption spectra, figure 6a, compares GCN. The light absorption intensity of BPACN was increased. As shown, the enlarged light absorption can maximize the light utilization spectrum. Also, from the tag plot in figure 6b, the band gap energy of ACN decreased. Furthermore, ACN has mid gap. As shown figure 5C, figure 6C, the band gap of black phosphorus was estimated to be 1.83 electron volt, which is narrower. To investigate the separation efficiency of photogenerated charge carriers, PL spectra of the photocatalyst were measured. The pure GCN shows a strong emission peak, which arises from the recombination of excited electron hole pairs. However, the emission peak was significantly reduced in BPACN, which suggests efficient separation and fast transfer of the photogenerated charge carriers from GCN to the aromatic rings and black phosphorus. Based on the result, figure 8 shows the mechanism of hydrogen production over BPACN. First, ACN is excited by light irradiation. The excited photogenerated electron hole pairs migrate to the surface. The electrons in the conduction band and holes in the valence band of ACN and then transfer to black phosphorus. After that, the electrons of black phosphorus move to platinum on the surface and react with proton to generate hydrogen, while holes are removed by triethanolamine. Also, since carbon nitride incorporating benzene rings has a mid gap, electron transfer and proton reduction are also performed here. Therefore, the benzene rings and black phosphorus suppress the recombination of electron hole and supports the efficient reduction of GCN. This is the conclusion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kobayashi. Very nice presentation and sharing. So we open for Q&A session. And any question
Okay,
from audience and panel?
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, you Yakun, very nice presentation. I want to ask you, you Yakun, when you think hydrogen can replace current fuel, how long it takes? How many years we need?
Sorry, one more, please.
Huh? How many years?
One more, please. Sorry.
Maybe you can repeat the question, Dr.
Okay.
Ahmed.
Hydrogen, it is the future energy, right? So how long we need to wait to use hydrogen in, we need 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? How long do you think will be visible to use hydrogen?
Okay.
5 years, Gurai?
Maybe 1 week.
1 week?
Like one 1 month, maybe 1 month.
Okay. But nice presentation. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thank you, Mr. Kobayashi, for your sharing. Okay, next we would like to move to our last presenter for this session. I would like to welcome Mr. Yanagi from Mie University to present his work entitled Electrochemical Application of Modified Titanium Plumbum Oxide Mesh Electride for decolorization of dye solution. Please welcome.
Thank you for your introduction. Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. I'm majoring electrochemistry. I would like to talk about electrochemical application of modified titanium lead oxide mesh electrode for decolorization of dye solution. Introduction. The lead oxide electrode is low cost and has a large oxygen generation of voltage, but it has disadvantage of less adhesion. Previously, we have studied electrochemical degradation of methylene blue in solution using titanium alpha beta sheet electrode. Also, the peeling of the layer could be suppressed to some extent by using alpha lead oxide for the intermediate layer. The adhesion was still insufficient. In the present work, we changed from a sheet to a mesh and have studied metal modified lead oxide electrode. Preparation of inner layer. The inner layer was saunally deposited on the pre-treated titanium substrate. The titanium substrate was dipped in the coating solution and dried at 120 degrees to 500 degrees, 40 minutes each. The above process was repeated 10 times. Finally, the substrate was annealed at 500 degrees for 1 hour. Preparation of lead oxide active layer. First, the mesh electrode was ultrasonically cleaned, and the alpha lead oxide electrode was prepared by electrode position using a mixed solution of sodium hydroxide and lead oxide as electrolyte. Subsequently, the metal modified beta lead oxide electrode was similarly prepared using a lead nitride as an electrolyte. XRD. Fig 1 is the XRD patterns of each electrode. The XRD patterns of them shows obviously similar peaks. Compared with alpha beta lead oxide, the XRD peaks intensities bismuth doped electrode are stronger, 32, weaker, around 36. For structural reasons, the characteristic peaks of thin and antimony were not identified. It's same images. Figure 2 is a same images of each electrodes. The A and B thin antimony inner layer shows a large pore structure. The B and E alphabet lead oxide electrode shows a compact surface structure. The C and F bismuth doped lead oxide electrodes showed adhesion of bismuth particles. It was confirmed that the metal modified lead oxide electrode surface, the surface was chemically and physically strengthened. Its peer Fig 3 showed that the effective areas of the surface and active capacities of the active layer surface are expanded, and the amount of hydroxyl radicals produced was improved by modified. It's just 800 to 1,700. The catalytic capacities of the metal modified electrodes could be significantly improved compared to the conventional electrode. Conditions of the degradation. Figure 1 shows the experimental conditions. The dye was degraded on the anode side using an H-type cell for the device, and a platinum plate for the counter electrode. The electrolyte was sodium sulfide. The electrolyte was and the degradation rate under different conditions was compared and examined. Degradation. Strong absorption peaks from the absorbance of the major chromophore groups of methylene blue were observed at 292 and 664 nanometer in Figure 4. In this study, a sharp absorbance peak at 664 nanometer was used to indicate the degree of degradation. The efficiency was improved by metal modified of zinc, antimony dope, and bismuth, respectively. And the synergistic effect of both transitional metal was confirmed. Concerning the above result, the metal modified of the both metal, it could be expected as the optimum electrode catalyst for electrochemical degradation of methylene blue. The stability. In Fig 6, the life of the metal modified mesh electrode reached to 64 hours. It is the longest in all prepared electrodes and shows that both chemical properties and physical properties are important. Traditional metals not only improve the life of electrode, but also lower the average voltage. So they have the effect of increasing current efficiency in electrochemical process. In Fig 7, it was confirmed that the metal modified mesh electrode maintained almost 100% even after 5 times. The degradation efficiency was uniform, and the reusability was excellent. The electrochemical performance was improved, and there was almost no degradation or peeling of the surface after this test. It is mechanism of electrochemical degradation. First, water is oxidized to form hydroxyl radical with high oxidation powers. Since the lead oxide electrode surface is inactive, so the hydroxyl radical adsorption is weak, and methylene blue is oxidized and degraded on the surface. Finally, methylene blue is converted to carbon dioxide and water and ammonium ion, nitrate ion, sulfide ion, and chloride ion. Conclusion. The prepared electrode have improved surface and crystallinity, oxygen evolution over voltage, electrochemical performance. The degradation efficiency of methyl blue adapted to the pseudo-primary kinetics and was improved by modifying the transition metal in degradation experiment. The stable degradation ability and high durability of electrode were shown by recycling test and service lifetime test. The tin oxide, ammonium oxide, alpha beta lead oxide, bismuth mesh electrodes were excellent electrode for electrochemical degradation of methyl blue. This is the conclusion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yanagi. Very nice and fruitful sharing.
Hi.
So I open for Q&A session for any question from the panels or any question from audience. You may unmute your voice if you have the question. Okay, so I have a few questions. So the first one, why you use this tin and bismuth and antimony as your dopant? And what is it cost higher or expensive than the previous study?
Thank you for your question. Because it's why we used tin and antimony, because it is so excellent modified metal, and the work is resistance lower and improve conductivity. So if we use both, we can strengthen layer activity.
How about the cost?
Cost. It's not too big. So because it's so little of amount. So yeah, it's not cost.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanagi, for your explanation.
Thank you.
So, thank you all presenters and the panels. So ladies and gentlemen, now we have finished our first session. We will proceed with the next session, which will be led by my colleague, Mrs. Rabiatu Manisa.
Okay, thank you, Puan Sedatu. Hello and good morning, everyone. I hope all of our viewers are all healthy and in good condition. My name is Radiatu and I'm from UC TATI, Malaysia. Okay, I will be the moderator for this session. And in this session, I will hold 3 presenters. The first is Ms. Naria Chino from Princess of Naradhiwas University, Thailand. Next presenter is Mr. Hayashi from Yale University, and followed by Ms. Nur Aina binti Muhammad Zul from UC TATI, Malaysia. Again, I would like to remind all presenters, each presenter is given 10 minutes to present and 2 minutes for Q&A session. If you have any question that you would like to ask the presenter, you may write down your question in the chat box. or ask the presenter directly during the Q&A session by unmuting your voice. Okay, so the first presenter is from Husna, okay, Thailand, Naradhiwas University, Thailand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, without further delay, we will begin the presentation entitled Development of Intelligent Traffic Signal Management System using Video Image Processing Techniques from Ms. Husna. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Husna from, please welcome Ms. Husna for her presentation. Okay, Ms. Husna, you may start your presentation.
Very good morning. Selamat pagi. Ohayo gozaimasu. Sawadee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity given. Today, we are going to present our project in the title of Development of Intelligent Traffic Signal Management System using Video Image Processing Technique. We are from Department of Computer Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Princess of Naradhiwas University. First of all, let me introduce our member. Yes, my name is Nadia Jainu, Muhammad Farooq, Muhammad, and the last one, Nurul Husnayaya. Without further ado, I will process my presentation. Thailand is the second highest traffic congestion in the world, according to data from the National Statistical Office Transport in 2019. Thailand roads are the deadliest in the Southeast Asia and among the worst in the world, according to the World Health Organization. About 20,000 people die in road accidents each year, or about 56 deaths a day. Generally, road accidents occur from three causes: human error, the vehicle, and the road. From the 833 cases in our study, we have found that the main cause of road accident involve road factors, such as road safety equipment, road slope, warning signs, and road signs. The current suburb traffic violation is a major problem. This project proposes video camera and image processing to solve this problem by using real-time traffic monitoring method, which is efficient approach. In our case study, we are studying at Koka intersection, Mueang, Naradhiwas, Thailand, where is nearby our campus. This intersection, driver or riders used to violate the traffic because there are few vehicles pass in this junction. Sometimes the green light but no have vehicle. For the red light, they have vehicle. That's why they used to violate. This picture we took from the intersection.
For our experimental setup, we integrate between cloud computing and edge computing. The edge computing, the client will use a Raspberry Pi to process the image from the camera. Using Python to develop. From the cloud computing, we use MQTT server. Message queue intermediary transport. To receive the result from the client and the cloud, we make decision that who can pass or who stop in the intersection. The result where we integrate between edge and cloud. Because of the delay between edge and cloud transmission, we need to reduce the traffic of network. And sometimes cloud on server may be too busy. That is approach, the system can work efficiently. From the process flow, we develop by using TensorFlow library. We start with acquire image from the camera. So the Raspberry Pi, the client will process the image to find the object, such as a car, motorbike, lorry. If it doesn't find any object, it will return to receive image again. On the other hand, if the Raspberry Pi can detect the object from the image, it will compute the speed, number, type of the object, and subsequently send that info to the server. Once the server receives the image, it will make a decision to switch on or off traffic through PLC, program member control, and finish the operation.
For our expert outcome, the expert system can be implemented to manage the traffic efficiency. People who drive vehicles don't have to wait long for traffic light and don't have to wait without vehicle in other lanes. This is expert to be of great benefits to be applied to traffic management in rural areas. It can reduce traffic congestion with low cost and efficiently. We would like to conclude. We hope this project will be benefits to people and community and reduce accident casualties and deaths significantly in other area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, Ms. Naria. Okay, now I open the floor for Q&A session. You can ask your question by unmuting your voice. Okay, any question from the audience?
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, very nice presentation from PNU. Thank you very much. I want just to ask, what is new in your system compared to previous one? What makes your system is unique compared to the others?
Beno.
It's not a new system, but we do it what the purpose here. It's not a new, but we do it.
This not a new, but we use in this here.
Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. It's okay.
Okay, Miss Maria. Okay, another question for me. Okay, other than Raspberry Pi, did you use other technique in your experiment?
Again, please.
Okay, I repeat the question. Other than using Raspberry Pi, okay, did you use other techniques in your experiment?
We use machine learning to detect the object.
Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Maria. We now continue the session and move on to the next presenter, Mr. Hayashi. The title of his presentation is Hydrothermal Preparation of ZNOS photocatalyst during hydrogen production under UV visible light. Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hayashi.
Thank you, mediator. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Hayashi,
Okay.
you may start now.
Okay. Today I would like to talk about hydrothermal preparation of ZNOS ethylene jamming photocatalysis for hydrogen production under UV light. Recently, the photocatalytic process of a semiconductor surface have attracted large attention in efficient, environmentally friendly, and low-cost method for renewable hydrogen production. Since the ZN-based semiconductor photocatalysis is inexpensive, it is suitable for large-scale hydrogen production. Among ZN-based photocatalysts, the composite of zinc oxide and zinc sulfide are very effective for the production of hydrogen from Na2S and Na2SO3 solution. In this work, enhanced photocatalytic hydrogen production from Na2S and Na2SO3 solution by photocatalysts using novel zinc sulfide ethylene jamming, zinc oxide composite photocatalysts were investigated. Since the zinc sulfide ethylene jamming, zinc oxide composite SHAP3, zinc sulfide ethylene jamming, zinc oxide composite SHAP1 and SHAP2 is another method. Zinc sulfide ethylene jamming, zinc oxide composite SHAP3 was prepared by hydrothermal synthesis. Typically, zinc acetate of 10 millimole and sodium hydroxide 5 millimole were dissolved in 10 milliliters of pure water for string for 30 minutes at room temperature. Second, 15 millimole of chalk were dissolved in 10 milliliters of pure water was slowly added dropwise to the above mixed solution with string, and the mixture was treated for 30 minutes. Next, 40 milliliters of ethylene jamine was added to the above aqueous solution after the string for 30 minutes. Autoclave treatment was performed at 160 degrees and autogenous pressure for 4 hours. After cooling to room temperature, the products were washed with pure water and ethanol and were dried at 60 degrees in vacuum overnight. The obtained mixture was sintering at various temperatures for 2 hours in an electric furnace. The experimental conditions are shown in Table 1. The XRD patterns of zinc sulfide ethylene jamine, zinc oxide, zinc hydroxide composite, and zinc sulfide ethylene jamine, zinc oxide composite are shown in Figure 2. In the catalyst before sintering, a peak of ethylene jamine near 10 degrees was confirmed. Moreover, peaks of zinc sulfide ethylene jamine and zinc oxide, zinc hydroxide were clearly observed in the zinc sulfide ethylene jamine, zinc oxide composite. From peaks, it can be seen that zinc, zinc sulfide ethylene jamine, zinc oxide was successfully fabricated. In addition, by sintering, the zinc sulfide ethylene jamine zinc oxide composite, the characteristic peak of ethylene jamine disappeared. Figure 3 shows diffuse reflector spectrum. The band gap was sintering from the tag plot. The band gap energy of zinc sulfide and zinc hydroxide composite were lowered by synthesis. It was confirmed that the absorption increased on the long wavelength side by composite zinc sulfide ethylene jamine and zinc oxide, zinc hydroxide composite. In addition, by sintering each photocatalyst at 500 degrees, the absorption strength was further increased and lead sheet was confirmed. Figure 4 shows the measurement result of the photoluminescence spectrum of the fabricated photocatalyst at the excitation rate of 280 nanometers. The peak intensity of zinc sulfide ethylene jamine zinc oxide composite with sintering was lower than that of other photocatalysts. From this result, it is considered that the recombination of electron-hole pairs was placed by the combination. The photocatalytic H2 production activity of the photocatalyst from the solution contain 0.2 molar Na2S and 0.2 molar Na2SO3 under UV light irradiation is shown in Figure 5 and 6. The sacrificial reagent can hinder the recombination of whole electron pairs and increase the number of activity electrons. Zinc sulfide, ethylene jamine, and zinc oxide, zinc hydroxide composite photocatalysis shows that photocatalytic H2 production activity and the rate of H2 production is low. The composition of zinc sulfide, ethylene jamine, and zinc oxide, zinc hydroxide composite has a great influence on the photocatalytic activity, the rate of it can be related with the core shell and reaching a maximum of 1,130 micromole per gram. At zinc sulfide etching zinc oxide composite sharp 2, which was 22.6 times of that of zinc sulfide etching photocatalytics in addition. In addition, the activity of the zinc sulfide etching zinc oxide composite sharp 3 photocatalytics is enhanced by sintering. The Z of its production is 900,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's 2 minutes more left. So maybe you can go to the conclusion of your presentation.
Okay. Okay. And this mechanism is conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, maybe you can just read out your conclusion for the last minute, Mr. Hayashi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this finish.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you very much for the informative presentation, Mr. Hayashi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I open the floor for Q&A session. You can ask questions by unmuting your voice. Okay, any question from the floor? Dr. Ahmed, maybe? Any question? Okay, so I would like to direct the question to you, Mr. Hayashi. In your experiment, you use hydrothermal method. Okay, so I just want to know why you choose hydrothermal method in your experiment. Okay.
Okay, sorry, one more.
Oh, one more. Okay. So I'll read again the question. You use a hydrothermal method in your experiment, right, Mr. Hayashi? Okay, I just want to know why you choose that hydrothermal method to in hydrogen production. Why you choose a hydrothermal method?
Hydrothermal なぜ使ったかってそういうことですよ。
Oh, you cannot listen to my voice? Can you listen to my voice, Mr. Hayashi?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay,
Yes.
right. Okay, okay.
Okay. Sorry. Copper.
Yeah, no. Hydrothermal. Your method select hydrothermal. Why you select hydrothermal? This question.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. So I selected hydrothermal. So and not use hydrothermal higher hydrogen production, zero of hydro production. So ethylene jamming is ethylene jamming is attach more photocatalysis when it is hydrothermal. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you
Sorry.
very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hayashi. All right. Continuing the session, we move on to the next presenter, Ms. Nur Aina binti Muhammad Zul. She is a master student from UC TATI, and the title of her presentation is Fabrication of Metal Cellulose-Based Membrane for Direct Ethanol Fuel Cell Application. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nur Aina.
Radio.
Okay. Ms. Nur Aina.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, konnichiwa, sawadika, and good morning, everyone. I am Nur Aina binti Muhammad Zul from UC TATI, and today I would like to present my research project entitled Fabrication of Methylcellulose-Based Membrane for Direct Ethanol Fuel Cell Application. Okay, so nowadays, there are so many products of battery with high cost manufacturing, but not environmental friendly. The use of environmental awareness material as solid polymer electrolyte can help to minimize environmental issue. Polymer-based solid electrolyte possess the benefit of low flammability, excellent flexibility, good thermal stability, as well as higher safety. So my objective is to prepare new polymer electrolyte based on methylcellulose, which is doped with potassium hydroxide and plasticized with polyethylene glycol. Okay. As you can see, nowadays, the current battery technology, which is lithium ion, is easily exhausted when the reaction are present in itself to function and relative low of conductivity. Plus, current fuel cell technology is expensive, mostly due to the commercial membrane price. So to overcome this issue, methylcellulose was chosen as the host in conducting SPE due to its low cost, renewable sources, biodegradable, and environmental friendly doped with potassium hydroxide and polyethylene glycol. Okay, this is my research background for my study. For the first one, I observed from the first title is fuel cell. Correctly said, fuel cells are electrochemical devices capable of converting the chemical energy of a fuel into electricity and heat. Besides being efficient and clean, fuel cell is also compatible with renewable energy sources and carriers for sustainable development and energy security. Zhang Gao Li said. DPMFC technology has still many challenges, including the high cost, low durability, and hydrogen storage problem, which limit the wide world commercialization of this technology, Al-Aswad said. For the second title, membrane types, Deco said anion exchange membrane fuel cells have recently received increasing attention since in principle they allow for the use of non-precious metal catalysts, which dramatically reduce the cost per kilowatt of power in fuel cell devices. Okay, next, YS Kim and Lee said polymer electrolyte membrane play a crucial role for use in major polymer-based fuel cell application. And the last one is T. Zhao Li and Chen said anion exchange membrane that use low-cost AEM and non-platinum catalysts have recently been demonstrated to yield for a better performance. Okay, for the next slide, show the method how to prepare the MC. Okay, firstly, methylcellulose powder was weighed. Then the methylcellulose solution is prepared by dispersing different weight of methylcellulose powder in 100 ml distilled water. After that, the solution was stirred until well mixed for 24 hours. Then, after the next day, the mixture was cast onto the petri dish and left at room temperature to dry. And the last one is the membrane was trimmed into 0.004 meter square diameter. The above procedure is repeated for different weight of MC and KOH. So when the optimum conductivity is obtained, PEG will be added with different weight percentage and further characterization thus will be done. Okay, next, this is the slide show a graph for MC conductivity test. Okay, as you can see, the highest conductivity is obtained for MC is at 7.49 times by 10 negative 8 Siemens, which is for sample 0.8 gram MC. What I can conclude that the amount of methylcellulose will affect the conductivity test. Okay, the next graph show the MCKOH conductivity test. So in this test, different percent of KOH used in this conductivity test, the weight percentage of KOH affect the increasing numbers of mobile ion lead to conductivity. You can see after above the 50 weight percentage of KOH added, the sample become unstable and difficult to measure the conductivity. Okay, for the next result, show for the MC, KOH, and PEG conductivity test. Okay, the highest conductivity in this graph is 1.62 times by 10 negative 4 Siemens, which is at sample 0.8 gram MC, 15 weight percentage of KOH, and 38 weight percentage of PEG. By adding the 6% of PEG at the 0.8 MC, 15 weight percentage of KOH, it will give the ionic conductivity at 2.93 times by 10 negative 5 Siemens. Okay, the next slide. Okay, this slide shows the result for water uptake test, which is A for MC, B for MCKOH, and C is for MCKOH-PEG. Okay, for MC, the highest water uptake is at 95.12%. It is suitable for solid polymer, electrolyte membrane because it will damage the cathode side. Okay, for B, for MCKOH, the optimum value is at sample 0.8 gram methylcellulose, 50% weight percentage of KOH, which is the value is not too high and not too low, so that the membrane is always hydrated. For C, MCKOH and PEG water uptake test, the highest water uptake test in this graph is 28.30%, compared with two other samples. The adding of PEG influencing the water uptake where the value is lower than MCKOH. Okay, last for swelling test result. For A is for swelling test MC, B swelling test MCKOH, and C swelling test MCKOH-PEG. So as you know, this value for swelling rate of a membrane must be low because it is more rigid and robust. So for A and B, The best value rate for MC is 23.04%, while for MCQOH is 13.40%. While for MCQOH PEG swelling test, the lowest swelling rate occur at highest ionic conductivity, which is at 25.60%, and more stable than the addition of MCQOH only. So I can conclude that the best formulation of yield, we will got the highest conductivity. Okay, for the conclusion is, the sample with 0.8 gram MC, 50 weight percentage of KOH, 38 weight percentage of PEG, loading possess the best physical properties with the highest ionic conductivity at 1.62 times by 10 negative 4 Siemens. So the plasticizer help to increase the rate dissociation at the salt value, which produce more free ions for conduction and hence increase the ionic activity. The mixing of the plasticizer also support ion dissociation. As a result, a greater number of migrating ions becomes available for charge transport. And the last one is the combination of these three substances, MC, KOH, PEG, have the potential to be starting point of developing polymer electrolyte. This is because the 0.8 MC, 50 weight percentage of KOH and 38 weight percentage of PEG have a good stability as the water uptake test and swelling rate have a great value. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Aina, for an interesting presentation. Okay, once again, I open the floor for Q&A session. If you have any question to ask Ms. Aina, you can unmute your voice. Okay, any question? Okay, Aina, okay, a question from me. You use methyl cellulose as your membrane base. So my question is, why did you choose methyl cellulose as the material instead of other polymers?
Okay, I choose methyl cellulose for my research because it is low cost, biodegradable, and potential to yield better conductivity for my research study. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Maybe another question. So other than MC, what are the polymers that can be used as membrane base? Other than methyl cellulose. Okay, maybe I can repeat again with my question. Okay, so you use methyl cellulose as your membrane base. My question is, other than MC, what are other polymers that can be used as membrane base?
Okay, for other polymer that can use is the porous polymeric membrane, SPE.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nur Aina. Okay, now I will pass the floor to the next moderator, Puan Marsita, to continue the presentation session. I hope everyone found the presentation in this colloquium, very informative and helpful. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you again.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ohayo gozaimasu and hi everyone. I'm Marcita, your third moderator for Tamina 2021. Please bear in mind your presentation is 10 minutes and Q&A session is only 2 minutes. Without further ado, we continue Tamina 2021 with Ari Sayano from Mia University with her research about photocatalytic reduction of nitrate to ammonia and aqueous solution of a cuprum, tungsten oxide, titanium dioxide under ultraviolet light irradiation. Please start your presentation.
Thank you for kind introduction. So, I would like to talk about photocatalytic reduction of nitrate to ammonia in aqueous solution over copper to tungsten trioxide, titanium dioxide under ultraviolet light irradiation. Introduction. Recently, ammonia is recognized as one of the most important chemical products in the world. In the future, it is expected to the utilization as an energy carrier with clean producing hydrogen. In addition, many developments and studies about the substitution to copper dioxide free fuels and the utilization to fuel cells performed. However, there are some serious problems in the present ammonia production. The equipped natural gas is used as the raw material in the ammonia synthesis, and it needs the condition with the high temperature and high pressure. In this study, the nitrate was used as a raw material and synthesized. Ammonia is copper tungsten trioxide, titanium dioxide for the catalyst under UV irradiation. Here, I report the green process about the selective ammonia synthesis by nitrate reduction over the photocatalyst. This is the preparation method of photocatalyst used to this study. So, this photo shows various photocatalysts. Fig 4 and Fig 3. Sorry, this is the experimental in this study. This image shows the reaction system, and table 1 is experimental condition in this research. So Fig 4 and 5 shows the comparison of photocatalytic activity in nitrate reduction over various photocatalysts. The left bar is nitrate conversion, and right bar is the product selectivity. Orange is ammonia, green is nitrate, and gray is nitrogen product. As a result, when 10 weight% copper and 5 weight% tungsten dioxide doped tungsten dioxide was used, the very efficient nitrate conversion and the highest ammonia selectivity were achieved.
It clearly shows the photocatalytic activity was enhanced by copper and tungsten oxide. Figure 6 and 7 shows the effect of loading catalyst amount. 30 and 40 milligrams of catalyst has a very high nitrate reduction rate. In this study, 30 milligrams was selected as the optimum catalyst amount because it can perform the reaction with the lower amount. I investigate the effect of Hall scavengers. In Figure 8, methanol was used. The highest nitrate conversion and ammonia selectivity were achieved. The methanol was selected was optimum Hall scavenger in this study. Figure 9 shows the result of examining the optimum pH in the reaction solution. The initial pH of the unadjusted was about 6. The result showed very high nitrate reduction conversion rate and ammonia selectivity at pH 6. So it was set as the optimum pH for this study. Next, I performed the characterization of photocatalyst. Figure 10 shows the X-ray difflection spectra. As a result, the characteristic peak of standard oxide P25 was observed, but no peak was appeared by doping copper and tungsten oxide due to the very low spotting amount on standard oxide. Figure 11 shows the photoluminescence spectra of various photocatalysts. Compared to standard oxide, metal doped standard oxide shows a lower PL peak. Figure 12 shows the diffuse reaction spectra of the photocatalyst. All photocatalysts have observed UV light. It was shown that the absorption of copper and tungsten trioxide doped standard oxide was improved and the metal doped provide high catalytic activity. It was confirmed that the support of tungsten trioxide and copper reduced the emission intensity and suppressed the recombination of gradiated electrons and holes. Finally, figure 30 shows the mechanism, and the right shows the reaction mechanism of reduction of nitrate to ammonia on the photocatalyst. So, first, catalyst is stimulated by UV light to generate electrons and holes. Electrons in the valence band move quickly to conduction band. Reduction nitrate to nitrogen. Then nitrogen is reduced to ammonia by electrons and hydrogen ion in the solution. The final conclusion, the excellent performance of the developed the developed photocatalyst is due to the efficient spectration of electron-hole pairs by loading tungsten trioxide and copper. The high nitrate reduction rate was achieved when 30 milligrams of copper tungsten trioxide titanium dioxide was used. Finally, this work may provide the efficient photocatalytic ammonia system synthesis reaction system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for beautiful presentation from Yano-san. So I open the floor. Who wants to ask the question? You can unmute your speaker, your microphone. Any question from the audience? From PNU? So if there are no question, so I will ask Yano-san one question. Why did you choose tungsten oxide and copper for your research?
Copper. Okay. So I choose copper because from the past research the result of my laboratory, it was found that copper is very excellent as a co-catalyst. So I choose copper.
Okay. Okay, thank you from Arisa Yano. So we continue our Tamina 2021 with next presenter, Muhammad Shafiq bin Ahmad from University College TATI to present about his research title, Hybrid Nanofluid Titanium Dioxide Silica Stability Effect Against Sonication Time. Please welcome.
Hello, good morning all. Okay. My name is Muhammad Shafiq bin Ahmad. Today I will present my research on hybrid nanofluid TiO2 SiO2 stability effect against the sonicator time. So we go for the introduction. Nanofluid has been developed by many research for the main purpose to enhance the performance efficiency of thermodynamic and mechanical system. The benefit of nanofluid is amplification in terms of thermal performance, viscosity, tribology, and transfer coefficient compared to base fluid. So the base fluid is a fluid without any sustain that can hold the thermal conductivity and viscosity in terms of coefficient. The nano size particle is one between 1 into the 100 nanometer suspended into the metal or metal oxide. The base for fluid can be distilled in water, ethylene, glycol, lubricant or another lubrication in form of fluid. The nanofluid possess a following advantage. First, high precision density stability, reduce pumping power, reduce particle clogging, and adjustable for property. So the problem statement, the nanofluid coolant has been used as a cooling agent in industry for a decade, but the result for the stability, thermal performance, viscosity, tribology, and heat transfer coefficient are insufficient. In the modern technology, nanofluid is primarily used for their to enhance thermal property, cooling, heat transfer equipment such as heat exchanger, electronic cooling system, radiator, biomedical industry. The hybrid nanofluid is essentially for cooling and for coolant and cooling agent or catalyst for other purpose in use in industry due to the performance efficiency for thermodynamic mechanical system and system compared to the single nano fluid. The stability is a crucial part when producing an optimum hybrid nanofluid that influence the property of nanofluid and their activity in the application framework. So the methodology, the nanofluid need to be dilute into the form of liquid. So the base coolant and the nanoparticle must be combined together using a mechanical process, which is agitation and sonification process to produce a hybrid nanofluid. When produce a nanofluid, hybrid nanofluid, we must first have a great stability for to enhance the thermal conductivity and the mechanical property. So method of producing a nanofluid by synthesize the nanoparticle into the base fluid using a mechanical agitation and sonification. Suspend the nanoparticle into the convection heat, transfer into the base fluid and nanoparticle. It can be produced by two methods. One is a two-step method and one-step method. So the two-step method is first need to be sanitized to a nanoparticle powder and then dispersed into the base fluid. The second one is a one-step method, simultaneously dispersed into the base fluid using a fluid came from the bottle, which we purchased from Material Malaysia Society. So the comparison for the two-step method and one-step method is the two-step method is cheaper to produce but unstable compared to one-step method, which are very stable when come to the hybrid purposes. So the preparation for the one-step method is we combine the two of the TiO2, two of nanoparticle, which are TiO2 and SiO2, together with the base cutting fluid, which is our coolant, and use a mechanical stir process for 30 minutes. Then we produce a hybrid nanofluid. Then we see from the other table is the characteristic of TiO2 and SiO2. We're using a concentration which is a weight concentration to produce a volume concentration. Then we use a volume concentration to dilute the concentration from highest to lowest. So the step for produce this fluid, first combine the nanoparticle with base coolant formula into the beaker and with the different volume concentration of 0.111%, 0.115%, 0.001, 0.001, and 0.01%. Second step, stir the mechanical fluid, nanofluid into the mechanical stirrer for 30 minutes. Third, separate the nanofluid into the 4 samples according to the volume concentration and run the sonification with incremental of 30 minutes each sample. 0 minute to the 150 minute for each sample. So for my research, I do it for 24 samples with incremental of time, which is 0 to 100 minute, 150 minute. So data acquisition, in the process of finding the constant stability using a spectral absorbent to evaluate the stability of nanofluid. According to Beer-Lambert law, there is a linear relationship between the absorbent and the concentration of nanofluid. Stability evaluation composite nanofluid sample was examined using a UV spectrometer at the room temperature determined by the peak of the wavelength of the absorption. UV spectrometer measure absorbent value was run as a qualitative analysis. The absorbent ratio different sonification time over sanitation was observed according to the constant wavelength of 815 nanometer. So from the graph, the collision stability for 4 samples on the 850 meter wavelength range the highest absorbent value according to the other research. So from the graph itself, we can see the volume concentration against the absorbance. The higher the concentration, the higher the absorbance. So which means that it proves that a linear equation, which is a very directly proportion directly proportional into according to our research. So the highest concentration giving the highest absorbency. So in this, the from data acquisition, 50 minutes or 1.5 hour of ultrasonification is the most stable nano, maintain 8% compared to initial concentration ratio. So from the graph itself, we can see the highest among the sonification time is from 1.5 hours, which is 90 minutes compared to others. So the other sonification time is dropped below the 70% of the ratio. So the most stable for the sonification time is 1.5 hours and give 5 hours. Exceeding or reducing for the optimization sonification process, it causes the nano complication is clotting and making a fasting fasting cementation. So for data acquisition using 50 minutes, 90 minutes sonification process or of 1 hour for sample with different concentration are tested. So from the graph itself, we see from using 90 minutes of ultra sonification, all the sample are stable above 75%. This is the proof that the sample was stable compared with other sonification time. For this visual segmentation, as we take as a qualitative analysis. So for day 1 to the day 30 segmentation, for day 1 there's no segmentation from the top and the bottom and the middle. So for the day 1, the top is there's no segmentation, and the middle have no color change, and the bottom have no segmentation yet. But in the day 30, the top, the bottom, and the middle, there's occur a segmentation, which is there's a segmentation happen, but the concentration is not drop above 70% ratio. So conclusion, hybrid nanofluid TiO2 using a one-step method, preparation method, stabilization method used in experiment was ultrasonic vibration process without any stability of pH and certificate, linear relation for the concentration and absorbent, optimum sonification time, and time for the segmentation observation is done using a UV spectral absorbency analysis. The final result show that all the nanofluid show the good stability even for 30 days. The absorbent sample concentration decrease compared to their respective initial absorbent, but maintain specific value at 70% compared to initial absorbent even after 30 days. That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Shafiq. Very sharp, 10 minutes, very fast presentation. So I open the floor for the question. Any question from the audience? Please, one question, please, from the audience. Three, two, one. So if no question, so I have.
Marusita-san, I have one question.
Yeah,
Just what I have a small question. What is important point for your this system of research? Please briefly explain the maximum important point.
Repeat the question. I cannot understand the question.
Yeah, your system or this presentation, what point is very important?
Okay, if you ask the key point for the
Yeah.
the key point, the keynote,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, the keynote for this presentation is actually we want to find the stability for our hybrid nano fluid. So without a good stability,
Stability very important.
stability is very important
Okay.
for the thermal property and mechanical property. So without a good stability, which we found as a optimal level of stability, the thermal property and the mechanical property cannot be achieved.
Okay.
When we
Thank
come
you.
to hybrid purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more question?
Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, for that, thank you very much, Muhammad Shafiq.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, to continue our Tamina 2021, we go to the next presenter from Princess of Naradhiwas University, Ms. Saina Bindullah, with her research about the effect of palliative care application in health volunteers Muslim spiritual dimension in Naradhiwas province. Okay, please start your presentation. Okay, Miss Saina, can you start now? Please unmute your mic.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sawadee konnichiwa, and good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Saina Bindullah, and
my name is Haris Maseng.
yes, we're from Faculty of Nursing at Princess of Naradhiwas University. And today I would like to share with you about our research. That research is the effect of palliative care application in health volunteer Muslim spiritual dimension in Naradhiwas province. This research, we did it while we were in year 3. Maybe we got some mistake, and this research still need to be developed further. And now our teachers are researching this research to get better performance. Yes. So as not to waste time, let's get started. Yes. Introduction or research. First, we choose what we want to do about matter. My friend and me, we interest in palliative care, and we think it's very important in our life, and so we choose this method and study about palliative care. Yes. Okay. The World Health Organization estimate that around 78% of patients is need of palliative care, but only 14% of cases receive palliative care. And in family play an important role in meeting the needs of patients in palliative care, where caregiver have an prior experience caring for the patient, will lack confidence in treating the physical, emotional, and spiritual and behavior of the patient or himself correctly. Yes, so health volunteer therefore play a greater role in promoting and the health of patients. Yes. Next. And nowadays, information technology is very important in our life because every day we use smartphone or mobile phone in our life in every day. I think my friend and me think it's very, very important if we have some application about palliative care. So we use that method for our research. Yes. Research objective. The first, to compare the test of achievement in knowledge before and after using the application to care for Thai Muslim palliative care using spiritual dimension principle for volunteers. Yes. Second, to study the knowledge, understanding, and satisfaction of volunteer Thai Muslim palliative care using spiritual dimensions. Yes, and next. In our research have a concept framework. We use COSA experimental research. This research framework is based on the concept of WHO or Health Organization palliative care concept. Yes, and spiritual need in conjunction with the Islamic principle of Anung Piban and principle of spirituality in the palliative care of Kitikonin Manat. Yes, next. About the method, we have two, the first population and second sample. For population health volunteer, we choose health volunteer from Naradhiwas province, like map on the slide. And second sample, we choose health volunteer 30% for join this research. And okay, let's continue listening with Mr. Harris.
Okay, let's next. Research instrument. The first instrument used in experiment. This we have application name is S-Care. S-Care from research instrument. The first instrument used in experiment, we have this application, its name is S-Care. This stands for S, spiritual, and care. We call S-Care. And second, instrument used to collect information. We have that the first, general record form, and two, pre-post test and assessment of knowledge, understanding, and satisfaction. Next, quality inspection of research instrument. The first, checking for content validity, and number one, palliative care application in the spiritual dimension in Naradhiwas province, and pre-post test and satisfaction assessment. Reliability, knowledge test or pre-post test and assessment of satisfaction using Cronbach alpha coefficients alpha correlation statistics was assigned a value greater than 0.7. And the last, experimental research. The results of and the last experimental results, the results of the analysis show that the overall knowledge achievement test after using the application was at the highest level. The overall application satisfaction assessment was at the high level, and the overall application content satisfaction assessment was in high level, which has 3 items: content that is interesting and appropriate, can apply the knowledge from application in daily life, the content is consistent with lifestyle. Thank you.
Okay, anyone have questions?
Miss
you
Saina
have to.
already finished?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we open the floor with the question from the audience, please.
Uh, if nothing else, we
Yeah,
can.
maybe one question.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
there a question.
Okay, I have one question. Marushita さん。
Yeah,
Okay, 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 okay.
Prof.
Just application
Yes.
in the future, what kind of field of this system or this research? What kind of field this research will be applied? Application.
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
Yeah, application. What type of field? This
What type
of
for
field.
person? Oh. Wait a minute, please.
Are you okay, Miss Saina and Mr. Harris? Or maybe PNU missing snow in the city.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. All application everyone can use because it's easy application and can use in daily life and or you be health volunteer or not, you can use in our application. We have on Android now, don't have in iOS like this.
Like cannot.
Like this, and if you yes, like this, and you can choose one menu, and if you're interested about in this application, we have Al-Quran, like in Muslim spiritual dimension, we have Al-Quran, Hadith, Dua, Zikr, and count about Zikr. Yes, like this. If you interest Al-Quran, you can tap at Al-Quran, and we'll step and show you about this in this. But today we not, our application not ready for show to you all because in our application just can use in Android, but now iOS not cannot. Yes, I understand.
Okay,
It's
Prof.
okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, Miss Saina and Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you for your question, and thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, to continue our Tamina 2021, I will pass the session tonight's moderator, Madam Lia Safia Shafiee. Please welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now we are in the fourth session of Tamina 2021, First International Colloquium. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. We come to the fourth session of Tamina 2021 International Colloquium. Okay, my name is Lia Safia binti Shafiee. I will be serving you as your moderator for this session. Before the presentation begins, I would like to inform you that we have 4 interesting topics for this session. Each topic is allocated 12 minutes, made up of 10-minute presentations and 2 minutes of question and answer. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome our first presenter for this session, Mr. Suganuma from Mie University, with the title Effect of Particle Size for Synthesis of SiOx Nanowires Using Rapid Oxidation Method. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for kind introduction. I'd like to talk about effect of particle size for synthesis of silicon oxide nanowires using rapid oxidation method. Introduction. Recently, research on nanowires or metal materials and inorganic materials have been actively conducted. High sufficient surface area and high integration are possible by making nanowires. Moreover, mechanical characteristic and mechanical strengths are great. So there are possibility that communication device such as smartphone can be made even smaller and lighter. And resource can be saved and save energy by applying these nanomaterials. Silicon oxide nanowire are wire with a diameter of about 100 nanometer. It is a next generation nanomaterial. This is expected to be applied to semiconductor or photovoltaic power generation and lithium-ion batteries. However, the formation of silicon oxide nanowire requires expensive metal catalysts and complex experiment equipment. So it is necessary to develop inexpensive and easy production method. So the purpose of my research is to form silicon oxide nanowire with an inexpensive and easy production method. We previously reported that silicon oxide nanowire can be formed simply by just heat treating a mixed powder of silicon and copper oxide. However, the detailed reaction condition is not detailed reaction condition is unclear, and upscaling the yield has a different problem. Therefore, in this study, I changed the particle size of silicon and copper oxide and investigated the effect of the rapid oxidation reaction. I prepared four type of mixed powders with different particle size. In silicon, 15 15 micrometer and 4 micrometer. In copper oxide, 10 micrometer and 15 nanometer particle size. Then mixed each powder and prepare for condition A, B, C, D. I'll be mentioned later, just changes particle size of raw materials, product structure and production characteristic, and the product amount are improved. Please pay attention. The experiment equipment is here. Using electronic furnace, the sample is placed in the center of the quartz tube heated to 10,000 degrees. Approximately 1 minute after installation, the explosion reaction that occurs to form silicon oxide nanowires. This is experimental flow. Firstly, I mixed each raw material and prepare for conditions. Then sit in 1000 degrees electron furnace. After 1 minute, rapid oxidation reaction is occur. To conclude the reaction, the furnace was turned off and setup was allowed to cool to room temperature and collect product. Figure 5 shows the product amount for each sample. By using silicon with small particle size, the product amount is 3 times more than usual. This is because maybe the increase of contact area. And the rapid oxidation reaction was not observed in condition B. This is using a large particle size silicon and small particle size copper oxide. This is because either one factor. 15 nanometer copper oxide is easily reduced to copper before the rapid oxidation reaction. Therefore, the reaction did not occur. In the case of slow heating process like this experiment, like electronic furnace, this factor is more prominent. Then figure 6 shows the SEM images. Wire-like products were observed under all samples. Comparing the products of each sample A to D, longer nanowires were produced under the condition of using a smaller particle size as a raw material. As you can see, the product length is the A is short, C is medium, D is long. Figure 7 shows the TEM images. A wire-like product can be confirmed similar to the SEM. The tip particles are solid, so using a small particle size is more stable for rapid oxidation reaction. Figure 8 shows that XPS spectra. Similar peaks were obtained under all conditions. This shows that even if the product structure changes, production length is changes, composition itself does not changes. Then figure 9 shows that photoluminescence. From top to bottom, there are conditions D, C, A. which is proportional to the length of the nanowires. The longer and clearer the nanowires, the greater the fluorescence intensity in photoluminescence. Final conclusion. By using a small particle size, the amount of product is upscaling to 3 times. And long nanowires were generated. The longer the silicon oxide nanowire, the higher the photoluminescence spectra intensity. This study shown that a rapid oxidation reaction can be carried out more efficiently by using particle size. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a very interesting topic. Even I'm not in this field, but I can clearly understood what you have presented just now. Okay. So now we come to the question and answer session. If there's anyone from the floor would like to ask Mr. Suganuma regarding on his talk. Okay, Mr. Suganuma, I would like to ask a simple question, maybe for you, because I'm not in the field of this silicon oxide things. Okay, I'm not quite sure whether my question is relevant or not. Okay, but I try to make it clear. Okay, as you mentioned from the result you got, which is a smaller particle will give rapid extraction more efficiently, right? Okay. Right. So what is the effect or application of doing rapid extraction efficiently compared to the one that using a smaller particle? Sorry, a smaller particle.
Maybe when using a small particle size, the contact area between the nanomaterials is increased. So by using a small particle size, this reaction is more efficiently. Maybe.
Okay, thank you then. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Suganuma. Okay, now we proceed to the second presenter. Okay, from Princess of Naradhiwas University, Mr. Chima. Miss Chima.
Sawadee. Arigatou gozaimasu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. My name is Suwanugai Sachema.
And my name is Naradhiwas.
We are from the Faculty of Science and Technology, Princess of Naradhiwas University. And today, we would like to present to you our project on the topic of Thai herb plant as anti-inflammatory formulation of pain relief. In this project, designed to try our hand as how to design and develop the Thai herb, the Thai plant. First, we are going to give you with the outline of introduction, objective, expected benefits, expected results, experimental, and future plans. We chose this topic as we noticed that in recent years there has been an increasing trend in using traditional Thai herb. Here is the Thailand map. In this in this area called Naradhiwas. Naradhiwas is a city or province in the deep south of Thailand and cross to Malaysia. As there are plant diversity in our province, make us interested in how to make the valuable product with the natural well in the area. In this picture, we show you the important area of the natural resources, such as Halabala Wildlife Sanctuary, Sidinton Waterfall, Chatwadin Waterfall, Bata Waterfall, etc. Our herbal pad is another purpose analytic for testing pain and stiffness in muscle and joints such as the back, shoulder, or thigh, and can be cut to size for small area. It can even be wrapped around finger or toe. Each pad contains a piezoelectric ingredient that is activated by body heat to emit the far infrared frequency. They are infused with Thai herbs that are considered either warm, cool, or balanced in Thai herbology. This picture shows structure of the chemical which consist in the rescandent herb that we chose isoflavone as an active substance or chemical. These objectives of this project are to produce herbal pad from locally available resources and increase the value of agricultural product. Here are the benefits of our project that we are expected. The first, to get the new herbal pad. Next, anti-inflammatory formulation of pain relief product. Next, increase the value of agricultural products. And the last, commercial available. Here are the results of our project that we are expected. The first, we expect to get the anti-inflammatory formulation of pain relief products, and the next to get commercial available products.
The next, in this experiment, we use in the equipments as shown in this slide. For example, scale, gloves, beaker, spatula, seal equipment for the packing, and herb blender. The next, here are the herbs that we use to produce the patch. They are lemongrass, turmeric, bergamot shell, tamarind leaves, menthol, camphor, and black salt. Next, our main herbs that we use in this project is the riscandens. It's about creeping plants and using for the pain relief and other symptoms for the Thai traditional treatments. Next, from our ingredients, we mix them together with the different ratio of each herb, and then we pack it in the small bag with the suitable size of the application. For example, for the back relief is the bigger side than for the shoulder relief. We mix all ingredients by using the riscandent 3 gram, lemongrass 3 gram, turmeric 3 gram, bergamot shell 3 gram, tamarind leaf 3 gram, menthol 0.75 gram, camphor 0.75 gram, and then black salt 1.5 gram, all for one patch. Next, for the future plan, after we made the herbal patch, we are going to test in the laboratory and discuss the result If there are positive feedback or positive tests, then we can get through the human treatment and finally for the commercial available. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Miss, have you finished your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Okay, thank you for the interesting also. This is one of a new knowledge for me. There is cadence used for anti-inflammatory patch test. Okay. So now we come to the question and answer. If anyone would like to ask the presenters about their talk, you may do so. Okay. I think I would like to ask you one question. Okay. Above all thousands of anti-inflammatory patch in this world, okay, what is the advantage of having your patch this by using the Darius cadence? Okay, the advantage, or I think it's more to your benefits of using it. How did you gather the data that this patch is really a anti-inflammatory patch? How did you gather the data? Have you test on human?
Thank you for your question.
Okay, because it's a local plant and we are now on the process of testing.
Okay, so you didn't have any data on the real human application, right? Okay, it's okay, it's okay. All right, it's okay because I asked if there any evidence that can be shown that this patch is really anti-inflammatory patch. Okay, but you still didn't do on the real test, right? So it's okay. You just mix the herbs and becomes the Thai herbs patch. Okay, it's okay. I hope that you can continue this research to further on the application on the human soon. Okay, thank you to the presenters. Okay, we now move to the third presenter, Noshida binti Abdul Kadir from UC Tati, with the title Synthesis of Water Absorbent from Spent Bleaching Earth for Purified Alcohol Water Mixture. Okay, Ms. Noshida, the floor is yours.
Hello. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Noshida binti Abdul Kadir. Today I would like to talk about synthesis of water absorbent from spent bleaching earth for purified alcohol water mixture. Introduction. Spam leaching earth is the waste from farm or refinery whereby it has no application and it is traditionally disposed of from landfills. Zeolite has the ability to absorb water and gas molecule without physical or chemical changes in the zeolite itself. The specialty of zeolite is to separate liquid and gas. In this research, the synthesis of zeolite from spam leaching earth is to provide ethanol water mixture. Scope of the study, spam leaching earth is used as the raw material to synthesize zeolite. The performance of zeolite produced will be evaluated by measuring the ability to absorb water from ethanol water mixture. The analysis will be conducted by using Carr-Fisher titrator. The performance of synthesized zeolite will be compared with the commercial zeolite as the benchmark. Research objectives. First, to synthesize water absorbent from SBE or spam leaching earth. Second, to study the effect of fusion temperature, aging time, and aging temperature to the performance of water absorbent on its capacity as ethanol water purifier. Okay, literature review. Now, with the ratio of 2.25 by weight and fused in furnace at several different temperatures in air. Later, the fused product was crushed and mixed with 10 ml distilled water per gram cold fly ash and shaped for 12 hours at room temperature. Crystallization was performed under static condition at 90 centigrade for 4 hours. Kosanovic et al. In 2011 used silica oxide per aluminum oxide range from 1.0 to 2.2 to synthesize zeolite from sodium aluminate and sodium silicate using the method of hydrothermal treatment of the hydrogel. The zeolite produced was the type of zeolite A with different morphological form. Punomo et al. In 2012 studied the synthesis of zeolite from baggage fly ash using silicate extraction method followed by the hydrothermal treatment. They found that pure zeolite ash can be produced at the silica per alumina ratio of 1.8. At the ratio higher than 1.8, natrium X and natrium phosphorus was formed. At lower ratio less than 1.8, zeolite natrium A plus natrium X was formed and pure natrium A can be produced using silica per alumina less than 1. This methodology, the materials that we use, list of chemicals, spam leaching earth, aluminum oxide, potassium hydroxide, ethanol, hydrogen composite 5, balanced water, distilled water, list of equipment, beaker 50 ml, 150 ml, and 250 ml, measuring cylinder, syringe, test tube, petri dish, electrical furnace, laboratory drying oven, and Carr-Fisher titrator. The methodology for preparation of zeolite. Spam leaching earth is cast at 750 centigrade for 12 hours in furnace. Alumina 18% of SBE weight and potassium hydroxide are added into the spam leaching earth and thoroughly mixed. Then the mixture is used in the furnace at 650 centigrade and 550 centigrade for 10 hours. The fused mixture is mixed with water, 65% weight of fused mixture and thoroughly agitated. Later, the mixture is aged in closed container at 80 centigrade and 60 centigrade for 3, 5, and 7 days. Crystallization is carried out in reflux apparatus for 48 hours in 5% KOH in water. Washing and drying is carried out at 220 centigrade in oven for 20 hours. Repeat 2 times for procedure 5 and 6 followed by number 7. Method for water analysis for synthesizing zeolite. The water absorbent is filled out into 1.5 milliliter wire. The wire with the absorbent is dried in the oven for 1 hour at 220 centigrade. After 1 hour, a mass of ethanol water mixture at azeotropic composition is injected into the wire. The wire is sealed by using its cap and agitated vigorously for 10 times and tested for water content by using Carl Fisher titrator. Okay, the result is the outcome from synthesis of zeolite. Okay, the effect of fusion temperature on water absorbent performance. Okay, the highest is 550. We got 0.02852 gram water per gram water absorbance. Meanwhile, 150 centigrade fusion temperature, 0.02497 gram water per gram water absorbance. For the effect of aging temperature on water absorbent performance, at 60 centigrade Celsius, I got 0.02738 gram water per gram water absorbance. For it was clearly seen that the aging temperature at 80 centigrade was the best temperature to the water uptake with mean of water absorbance 0.0738 gram water per gram water absorbance. Low aging temperature 60 centigrade produce water absorbance with mean of water absorbance 0.02612 gram water per gram water absorbance, whereby it was slightly near to the water absorbance of the aging temperature of 80 centigrade. Analysis of variance show that there is no change with this different temperature. Effect of aging time.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Rida. You only have 1 minute left.
1 minute left?
Yes. So I think you may jump to your conclusion.
Conclusion, okay. Okay, as the conclusion, water absorbent can be synthesized from SBE using method fusion temperature, using that's all, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for Ms. Norshida for the presentation on her research. Okay. Now we come to the question and answer session. Anyone would like to ask Ms. Shida regarding on her research? Okay, Ms. Shida, I think this topic is quite interesting, but I'm not very clear about the process because I'm not in the field of chemical. Okay, but I would like to ask you a question, which is from your title that you wrote that the synthesis of water absorbent from spent bleaching earth for purified alcohol water mixture means that for the result you take the alcohol water mixture from anywhere, or there is orang kata apa mixture done in the lab. Is there any source that you got straight from, or you mix in the lab, the alcohol water mixture?
Alcohol water mixture. I got from from no mix.
Okay, you mix it in the lab.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay then. I thought you get from any source, like apa, factory waste source. No, it's not.
For Hamburg chemical.
Okay, so you mix it in the lab.
Uh-huh.
Okay then. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you to the Miss Nashida. We move to the last presenter in this session from Mie University, Mr. Kuwahara, with the title Enhanced Visible Light Photocatalytic Hydrogen Generation with Metal-Free GC3 and 4 via carbon modification and thermal exfoliation. Okay, Mr. Kuwahara, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hey, my name is Shuhei Kuhara. I talk about enhanced visual light photocatalytic hydrogen generation with metal-free graphite carbon nitride by carbon modification and thermal application. Introduction. In recent years, hydrogen energy has attracted extensive attention as an alternative to fossil fuel because environmental issues by global warming and energy shortage have become more serious. The photocatalytic hydrogen production method is inexpensive, eco-friendly, and simple because hydrogen can be produced only with water, solar spectrum, and photocatalyst. Graphite carbon nitride, which is charming polymer semiconductor photocatalyst, has gained widespread attention due to its high chemical and thermal stability, metal-free, and visual light responsiveness. Nevertheless, the photocatalytic activity of graphite carbon nitride is limited by high recombination rate of generated electron hole pairs and low specific surface area. In this work, carbon modified graphite carbon nitride nanosheet were prepared by carbon modification and thermal exfoliation to improve photocatalytic hydrogen production under visible light irradiation. Figure 1 is preparation of photocatalyst. Pure graphite carbon nitride CN sample were prepared by calcining urea at this condition. In order to obtain carbon-modified graphite carbon nitride, CCN, urea, and glucose were mixed, and then the mixed powder were calcined under the same condition with CN. The graphite carbon nitride nanosheet TCN and carbon modified graphite carbon nitride nanosheet TCCN were obtained by further calcining prepared CN and CCN respectively in this condition. Figure 2 is photoreactor for photocatalytic hydrogen production. Table 1 is experimental condition. Figure 3 is the photocatalytic hydrogen production rate over photocatalyst. The photocatalytic ability of CCN was higher than that of CN. TCCN showed the enhanced hydrogen evolution rate of 704 micromole per gram hour, which is about 14 times higher than that of pure CN. Figure 4 is three-cycle experiment of the photocatalytic hydrogen production of TCC over TCCN. The cycling test of photocatalytic hydrogen production was conducted for 18 hours under the same condition. TCCN sample displayed the high hydrogen production in all cycles, revealing that TCCN possesses superior stability. Figure 5 is XRD pattern. In all the materials, two characteristic peaks of graphitic carbon nitride were observed at around 30.1 and 27.7, corresponding to 100 and 002 diffraction plane. This means that the typical structure of carbon nitride was retained even if carbon modification and thermal exfoliation treatment. Fig 6 is TEM image. TEM images show that as a prepared photocatalyst possesses a sheet-like structure. However, it can be confirmed that the TCN and TCCN are thinner than the materials before heat treatment, indicating that nanosheet-like structure were formed by thermal exfoliation. Fig 7 is UV-vis absorption spectra of photocatalyst. The visual light absorption regions of pure CN were extended by increasing the CC bond of modified carbon. Besides, the absorption edge of CCN and TCCN showed a redshift from 450 nanometer to 650 nanometer. The narrowed band gap energy is attributed to more visible light absorption, which improve photocatalytic properties. The photoluminescence spectra of obtained materials were performed for investigating the photogenerated charge separation. It can be confirmed that the PL intensity of carbon-modified CCN and TCCN remarkably were reduced comparison with CN, TCN. This behavior is ascribed to the efficient photogenerated electron hole pair separation, leading outstanding photocatalytic performance. Figure 9 is nitrogen absorption disabsorption isotherm of photocatalyst. All photocatalysts were confirmed to typical 4-type isotherm with hysteresis loop, revealing the presence of mesoporous structures. Moreover, the specific surface area of TCCN 153.8 square per gram. Therefore, TCCN about twice of CN. Combined with TEM results, the thermal exfoliation process forms the nanosheet and the increased surface area provide abundant active site. Thus, the photocatalytic performance of TCCN for hydrogen production is expected to be much higher than that of other photocatalysts. Figure 10 is mechanism of photocatalytic hydrogen production over TCCN. TCCN absorbed the photon from visible light irradiation corresponding to band gap energy, and electron hole pairs were generated. The photo-generated electron excite to conduction band CB, whereas the holes gather in the valence band VB. The holes in VB caused an oxidation reaction with tretanolamine. The excited electrons in CV trans to photo deposit platinum as a co-catalyst on the photocatalyst surface by a modified carbon to cause a reduction reaction with proton in a aqueous solution and product the hydrogen. It is noted that modified carbon serves as an electron reservoir and contributes to the suppression of charge carriers recombinations. In addition to that, the abundant reaction site due to the increased specific surface area by nanosheet structure and narrowed band gap owing to enhanced visible light absorption are the reason for improve the photocatalytic activity of TCCN.
Sorry to interrupt. You
Conclusion.
have 1 minute left. Okay, go to conclusion.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, finish.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the presenter, Mr. Kuwahara. Okay, now come to question and answer session. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question to Mr. Kuwahara? You may do so. Maybe from the panel or anyone in this session. Okay, I would like to ask you one question, Mr. Kuwahara. Okay, what is the process taken in doing the carbon modification in your research? Do you get what you get it?
One more please. Sorry.
Okay. What is the process taken to do the carbon modification in your research?
Carbon modification.
Okay, let me give you a few hints. Maybe you didn't understand my question. Okay, since you are using carbon modified gravity carbon nitrate, right? So how did you get this carbon modified? Means what is the process taken to modify the carbon? That's the simpler question.
This carbon modification mechanism precursor as a precursor glucose is carbon modification source. Okay.
All right. So in certain thermal condition, right? You do the modification, right? Okay. Okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuwahara. Okay,
thank
so
you.
ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this fourth session. Okay, I would like to say thanks again to all of you, to all the presenters for overwhelming participation and a very interesting talk. Okay, maybe it's very beneficial for us. Okay. I would also like to inform you that we will have a short break, about half an hour. So the session will be continue on at 1:30 p.m. Okay, so till then, thank you everyone.
Now we go to the problem statement. They have three problems, which are step size, error, and accuracy. For the step size, the Euler method can solve the problem of the equation in small step size only. However, a small step size is computationally expensive. When large step size is used, the solution is imprecise and often the solution is unsatisfactory. Second problem is error. In error, they have two, in Euler and in RL, in circuit equation. In Euler, the less accurate is come from the larger error that needs to generate it in each loop. And in RL and RC circuit equation, the error from the old method of analyzing electrical circuits such as stopwatch, voltmeter, and we make the analysis is prone to human error. This stopwatch and voltmeter is used manually. Okay, and the second is, and the third is accuracy. Electrical field can cause the loss of accuracy and produce non-accurate calculation. This error formed by using an electrical device such as manual multimeter. To obtain accurate result using experimental method is very time consuming and expensive during to more complex experimental setup. And now we go to the methodology. They have three phases. The first one is creation of initial idea. This phrase I will choose a literature review that from the past journal and analyze other enhanced Euler method. For the second phase is process of enhanced Euler method by construct a new scheme to enhance Euler method and develop the scheme into the Scilab software. Scilab software is a free sources, and then this new scheme will test into the first order ODE before test into the RC circuit, which we know that RC and RL circuit equation using a first order. And next, after it will successful, the new scheme will be tested into the RC and RL circuit equation, and the new scheme will be compared with previous research. And now we go to the result and discussion. The discussion we can be conclude that the new scheme can be applied in first order circuit equation, and the new scheme can more accurate and more fast to simulate. These two circuit that be used, which in the right is the RL circuit equation, and the left is circuit RL circuit equation, and the right is RC circuit equation. The value that I be used to test. This is the result for the accuracy. It shows that centroidal polygon are more accurate in RL circuit equation, and in RC circuit with a charging condition, it shows that centroid polygon and polygon is more accurate, and RC circuit discharging condition shows that centroid polygon and polygon are accurate. This one is for speed result. It shows that the all testing, it shows that central polygon and harmonic polygon are more fast. But when the test into the 0.001, harmonic polygon, central polygon is more fast than the harmonic polygon and polygon. This is the graph, shows that the red line is the Zozambri polygon scheme, and the blue line is central polygon by me, and the green line is by harmonic polygon by Nohafiza. And this one is for RL circuit equation, this one for RC circuit equation. And now we go to jump to the conclusion. The conclusion is, I will be conclude that Euler method will be used to help solve the equation in first order circuit equation, this enhanced Euler method. So central point schemes also one of the alternative way to solve the first order circuit equation, and the CP scheme can be solved in RL and RC circuit equation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shaira from TATI. Now I open the floor for Q&A session. Anyone with questions, please? Okay, question for me. May I ask, from your research,
Yes.
which industry will have the significant impact?
Oh, the IB used is for this research is for numerical method, such as in electrical will be used in RL and RC circuit equation, such as in mechanical we can be used in fluid.
Okay.
And also in just like macam in science we can be used in physics, just like astronaut.
So anyone, if you have other questions, do you use any simulation for your research to
Yes.
test your?
Yes, I do. I using a Scilab software, Scilab 6.0 software.
Okay, so maybe we will see you for the next conference, maybe for your simulation.
Okay.
Okay. So if we don't have any questions, so that's all from Shaira. So I will continue for the next presentation. Okay. Oh, Sugiura-san,ですね。Okay, for the next presentation, we will proceed with Erisa Sugiura for the research titled Photocatalytic degradation of dye in wastewater with argentum, argentum oxide, zinc oxide, dan the composite. Hai, dozo.
Hello, my name is Elisa Sugiura, University. I talk about photocatalytic degradation of dye in wastewater with AgAg2O ZNO nanocomposite. Introduction. In recent years, water pollution caused by dyes has become a problem. They are harmful to human and living things and need to be decreased. Research on water treatment methods is being actively conducted to improve water pollution. One of them is a method using a photocatalyst, which will be discussed in this research. Most of conventional research has been focused on the development of visual light responsible photocatalysts. The advantage are that it is clean energy to use sunlight and that the equipment is simple. However, the problem is that the catalyst activity is low and long-time reaction is required. Therefore, in this study, we aimed to improve the photocatalytic activity by using ultraviolet light with stronger energy. With the practical application of deep ultraviolet LED, the cost of using ultraviolet light is decreasing. Therefore, it can be said that the significance of this research is sufficient for substances that need to be completely decolorized and composed. In addition, it is thought that the use of ultraviolet light will enable decolorization in a short time with a smaller amount of catalyst. This is photocatalyst preparation method. As a photocatalyst, I made zinc oxide with silver and silver oxide supported. Silver and silver oxide were prepared by mixing silver acetate, oxalic acid, and boric acid, and centaurin. Zinc oxide was added to this in an orbitary ratio and mixed to obtain the target substance. The decolorization evaluation was performed to investigate the activity of the photocatalyst. The objects to be decolorized are methyl orange and methylene blue. After starting in the dark for 30 minutes and absorbing the dye on the photocatalyst, light irradiation was performed for 15 minutes using a UV lamp. The solution was separated and centrifuged, and supernatant solution was measured with an ultraviolet visible spectrophotometer. First, I examined the optimum amount of silver and silver oxide supported on zinc oxide. By supporting silver and silver oxide, it showed a better decolorization rate. This is due to the low recombination rate of electron-hole pairs due to silver and silver oxide support. In both cases, it was confirmed that the optimum loading amount of 48% was used. As amount supported increases, the decolorization rate decreases due to the shielding effect of covering the surface of zinc oxide with the exact amount of silver and silver oxide. Next, I examined the optimum sintering time when preparing silver and silver oxide. The temperature is 160 degrees. As a result of comparison from 1 to 4 hours, the optimum sintering time was 3 hours for both. It is thought that the longer the sintering time, the more the catalyst changed from black to gray, producing silver as well as silver oxide. It is thought that the production rate of superoxide anion radical, which is a chemical species that decolorize changes depending on the ratio of silver and silver oxide, which has an effect. Next, I examined the optimum sintering temperature. Both were optimal at 160 degrees. Since silver oxide being to decompose at 160 degrees, it is considered that the decolorization rate decreased at 180 degrees due to the decrease of superoxide anion radicals by silver. This is because the recombination rate of electron-hole pairs was fast because sufficient silver oxide could not be obtained at 140 degrees. Next, the optimum pH of the solution was examined. The figure shows the decolorization rate after 3 minutes of light irradiation for each pH. Methyl orange shown was optimal for pH 11, and methylene blue was optimal for pH 12. Zinc oxide is considered to have the optimum basic pH because photocatalysis occurs epically under acidic conditions of pH 4 or less, and sufficient electron excitation does not occur. The prepared silver and silver oxide was measured by XRD to confirm the contained substances. Silver as well as silver oxide was found in all catalysts. This shows photoluminescence measurement. Weak PL intensity means low electron hole recombination and high photocatalytic activity. By supporting silver and silver oxide, it decreased from the blue line to the green line. From this, it was found that the suppression of electron hole recombination has a great effect on the improvement of photocatalytic activity. In the figure showing the DRS real spectrum on the left. It was confirmed that it had a peak in the ultraviolet light region and had sufficient ultraviolet light responsiveness. The band gap was calculated in the figure on the right. Only a slight decrease was confirmed by supporting silver and silver oxide. From the results of the above decomposition experiment and the analysis result, the possible reaction mechanism of silver oxide supported zinc oxide is shown. When irradiated with light, zinc oxide and silver oxide are excited. The excited electron of zinc oxide flow into silver and silver oxide, and the electrons that flow into silver oxide and excited electron also flow into silver. Silver oxide acts as a recombination center of electrons and holes, thereby inhibiting the recombination of electron-hole pairs in the catalyst. This promotes the production of superoxide anion radicals from those four locations, which degrades the dye. It is a conclusion. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sugiura-san, for your kind, insightful presentation. So I now open the Q&A session for everyone. If you have questions, you can ask directly to Sugiura-san, or you can text in the chat box. Anyone? So I have a question for you, Sugiura-san. So in the previous slide, you said you used 254 nanometer wavelength. So how do you decide to use it? Hacho.
245 nanometer.
Yeah.
Could you say
So
again question?
you use your UV light 254 nanometer. So why did you choose the wavelength, that type of UV?
This is because UVC light is have strong power, so it could easy to decolorize. Okay.
But in your slide, maybe in the number 8 or number 9 slide, you show that the absorbance for your composite, nano-composite, is 325 something, right? 300 something, and then you use for your experiment is for 254.
One more, please.
From the data from the UV, you show that the best absorbance for the nano-composite is 300 something, 325.
300.
Yeah, for your absorbance. Right.
Of course, it is active under 300 nanometer, right? But in the short irradiation, it is not could be active under the 34 nanometer. So I use 245 nanometer. It can speedily decolorization. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sigurasa. So this is the end for my session. So I will pass the next session to Dr. Hajaratul Najwa. Okay, I hope everyone found the presentation in this colloquium very informative and helpful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Badrul Haswan. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I am Hajaratul Najwa as your moderator, and before we begin, let me remind you again that we will provide 10 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A session. The Q&A session will be available after each presentation. So without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ayu Syuhada Umillah binti Marzuki from University College TATI to present her work entitled Development of Biochar from Melaleuca cajuputi for removal of offensive odor from poultry manure. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ayu Syuhada Umillah binti Marzuki. So today I would like to present my project entitled Development of Biochar from Melaleuca cajuputi for removal of offensive odor from poultry manure.
Ms. Ayu, please speak louder. We can't hear your voice properly.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, for the introduction, in Malaysia, broilers become important livestock industry and meat has become the staple food for Malaysian. According to Department of Veterinary Services, production of broilers meat in Malaysia increasing every year. Odor from the poultry manure were associated with human activities, giving negative impact on a person depending on the quantity and nature of the odor released. Melaleuca cajuputi is widely used over decades for vast application, especially medicinal application in Southeast Asia. It is also applied in cosmetics and pharmaceuticals as fragrance agent due to its microbial and preservative effects. The research background, I have 3 research background here. First, title Poultry Manure from Randira McConkie, Fantian and Bell, 2017. I found out that optimal storage conditions for chicken manure include keeping it in a covered area and retaining its liquid because the urine contains a significant amount of nitrogen. Mass applications of chicken manure may create an unpleasant odor. For odor, sourced from L. Young and YQ, 2013, the odorous gas in livestock and poultry manure contains a large number of toxic and harmful components such as ammonia, sulfide, and methane, which will seriously affect the surrounding air quality. Lastly, biochar, sourced from Abhinav Chaudhary, Stephanie Lansing, 2020, Constover biochar, CSB, and maple biochar were added into anaerobic digester and evaluated for hydrogen sulfide reductions. Next, for the problem statement, livestock demands increase rapidly in developing countries. Odor released from the poultry manure causing harmful gas emission that leads to health problem related to eyes, nose, and throats. Gas from indoor air of poultry manure, such as hydrogen sulfide, particularly important in view of their deleterious effect of poultry production and occupational health. My research objective, first one is to develop biochar from Melaleuca cajuputi leaves using pyrolysis technique. Second, to analyze characterization of cajuputi biochar using FTIR and TGA. Lastly, to evaluate odor intensity of poultry manure with cajuputi biochar and test via gas tester. For the methodology, first, collect the sample of Melaleuca cajuputi near UC TATI. Next, dry the Melaleuca cajuputi leaves in room temperature, and then grind dried leaves. After that, we sieve the leaves for about 150 to 250 micrometer. Then we put into the furnace for pyrolysis techniques with temperature of variation temperatures 300 degrees Celsius, 400 degrees Celsius, and 500 degrees Celsius. Then the product we have is cajuputi biochar. The cajuputi biochar is characterized using FTIR and TGA. And then after that, we mix the cajuputi biochar and the poultry manure using various concentration of cajuputi biochar to detect the odor intensity of the poultry manure. As the result, for development of cajuputi biochar, the time for pyrolysis are the same, which is 4 hours. We can see that the graph shows that the longer the time taken for the longer the time taken for pyrolysis and the higher the time of pyrolysis will produce the lower the mass yield of the biochar. Next, for FTIR, in with number of 1110 and 1450, there are presence of CO and CH aliphatic respectively. Aromatic carbon remain after pyrolysis temperature, which more inert than aliphatic carbon under oxidation conditions. The intensity of carboxylate groups stretching strong, which can serve as adsorption sites. Broad peak between 3,300 until 3,500 was attributed to OH stretch from hydroxy groups of alcohol presence. And lastly, a small and weak peak between 1,400 until 2,350 was attributed to nitrile group presence. Next, for result of TGA, Biomass, biomass volatilization and thermal degradation are intimately related to chemical composition. First, lower mass loss at 100 degrees Celsius attributed to water loss. Second, 200 at temperature 200 until 300 degrees Celsius, hemicellulose and small amount of cellulose started to degrade. Cellulose and lignin started to degrade fully at temperature of 450 until 500 degrees Celsius. For order intensity of polymer, as we can see on these three tables, for day 0, we have 0%, 0 ppm of H2S. This is due to the H2S is exposed to the surrounding, and after a week, H2S intensity was 0 ppm, 0 ppm back to normal. That means there is no gas, no H2S gas presence in the poultry manner after a week. Kajupati biochar for 500 table, gray table, has the highest effectiveness of H2S gas reducing. As the conclusion, the characterization of biochar by different pyrolysis temperature was the dominating factor affecting their physiochemical properties. Next, biochar produced from lower temperature pyrolysis, below than 400, had a larger mass yield, more volatile content, and diverse surface functional groups. And next, water content of Melaleuca cajubuti started to lose when it reached temperature 100 degrees C. And lastly, cajubuti biochar can be an excellent order reducer of H2S that released from poultry manure. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayu, for the fruitful sharing. We will now begin the Q&A session. Any question from the audience or panel, you may ask our presenter directly.
Sorry, madam, I cannot hear you. Can you repeat, because I cannot hear
from
your
me.
voice.
The question is,
Yes, madam.
hydrogen sulfide, is there any substance? Sorry.
Okay, Ayu, can I ask you one question here?
Yes.
Yeah, Ayu, okay. What is the difference between your study with others actually?
My difference with other study is we using fragrant leaves, because Kaju Putih Biochar itself have very good smell that can reduce the smell of poultry manure, and also it is based on my observation, based on the projects, H2S is reduced after 7 days, or after 7 days it left in the container.
So it means that the H2S is the main reason for the odor occur.
Yes.
Okay, so in which field area actually can you implement your study, actually your product?
Means in the area of poultry farm.
Okay. Okay, thank
yes, it can be implemented.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Norazlina. Okay, there is one question from me. The question is, beside hydrogen sulfide, is there any substance that you detect in poultry manure that can cause offensive odor?
From poultry manure itself, we know that there are substance that are gas released such as methane and ammonia. But from the project, my project is just to detect the H2S gas release.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ayu, for the answer. Okay, for the second presenter, I would like to call upon Idham Hadi bin Zaidi alias Muhammad Zaidi from University College Tati to present his work entitled Electrolysis Study on Sodium Chloride Aqueous Solution to Produce Hypochlorous Acid Disinfectant. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. So my name is Ilham Hadi bin Muhammad Zaidi. So today I would like to talk about electrolysis study on sodium chloride aqueous solution to produce hypochlorous acid disinfectant. Introduction. Hypochlorous acid, also known as electrolyzed water, is also acid of chlorine with chemical formula HCl. It's a weak acid and can be always acid solution. So for its process, it go through electrolysis of water sodium chloride solution via a single cell electrolyzer. Then chlorine ion is converted to HCl at the anode. For, for its some advantages, it's effective satinizer and disinfectant. It's safe to human being. It low cost apparatus. The concentration of HCl can be tailored by varying duration and appearance. As it is a background. For the first one is the loss of chlorine gas by cell decomposition under closed conditions is lower than chlorine gas loss by evaporation under open situation. It was stated by Watt et al. 1998. The second one is solution that contain chlorine compounds with concentrations varying from 50 to 200 ppm and with contact times of 2 minutes or greater show a decrease in battery activity. It was stated by K. Skinner et al. 2009. The last one is electrochemical disinfection studies traditionally employ platinum as the electrode material. It was stated by three authors, which are Kwan et al. 2010, Rahman et al. 2012, last one for Hani et al. 2015. This is my problem statement is to produce a safe disinfectant. The table shows the comparison of hypochlorous acid and alcohol. For hypochlorous acid, it is deemed as non-hazardous chemical. It is non-irritating and excellent ingredient for sensitive skin. For alcohol, we know that it is flammable liquids that could be ignited. It also can disturb the natural pH of skin, and some people are sensitive to alcohol. This is my objective. I got three. For the first one is to produce HCl using electrolysis of sodium chloride aqueous solution in a single cell electrolyzer. The second is to study the stability of HCl in open and closed condition. And the last one is to study the effect of HCl in reducing bacterial growth. This methodology for electrolysis. For the first step, you weigh the table of salt, then dissolve the table of salt in 1 liter of water using stirrer. Next, the dilute and cell solution is placed in a complete single cell electrolyzer. Then the circuit is completed and timer begins to start. Then the pH is measured using pH indicator paper, and the concentration of HCl is measured using active chlorine test strip for every 12 minutes. Electrolysis. Second is methodology for stability test. For stability test, the sample was stored into 2 specimen bottles with closed and open cap. The pH and HCl concentration is measured every day. The last one methodology is transmitter analysis. For the first step is preparation of the sample, including bacteria source, food bacteria, and HCl. Then the sample will incubation at 35 degrees for 24 hours for bacteria growth. And the last one is the sample will go to transmitter analysis at 600 nanometer wavelength. This is the result and discussion for electron carbon. So the table shows that the concentration range of HCA as safe sanitizer and disinfectant. The sanitizing concentration range is between 500 ppm to 200 ppm, while at the range of 500 ppm to 800 ppm are suitable as a disinfectant. So the graph shows accuracy result using carbon electrode with different amount of NaCl was used, which are 5 gram, 10 grams, 15 grams, 20 grams, and 30 grams. So for 5 grams of usage NaCl, at duration 12 minutes of electrolysis, current street shows the reading at 25, while at duration 24 minutes, the HCl concentration increased to 50 ppm and maintained until 60 minutes of electrolysis with the pH solution around 6 to 7. Next is when using 10 gram NaCl, the, the chlorine test shows the existence of active chlorine at the range 50 ppm after 12 and 24 minutes of electrolysis. Then its concentration increased to 200 after 36 minutes until 60 minutes. And it is a safe for sanitizing application with the pH around 5 to 6. Next is when using 50 gram NaCl, at duration 12 and 24 minutes of electrolysis, chlorine test shows the reading at active chlorine at 200 ppm means the maximum safe limit for sanitizing. At duration 36 minutes to 60 minutes, chlorine test shows the reading 500 ppm HCl. So this is the minimum HCl concentration for disinfectant with the pH maintained at 5 to 6. Next is when using 20 gram NaCl. When using 20 gram NaCl, the concentration of 200 ppm start to be produced after duration of 10 minutes. Then after 24 until 60 minutes, 500 ppm of HCl solution for disinfectant will be produced with the range pH 5 to 6. The last one is when using 30 gram NaCl, the chlorine test strip shows the existence of active chlorine at the range 500 ppm, which is lowest safe limit for disinfectant, and at the duration 12 and 24 minutes with pH of 5 to 6. After 36 minutes to 60 minutes, the concentration of HCl produced maintained at 800 at the pH of 4 with upper limit for disinfectant. So as the conclusion, the different amount of NaCl will produce different value of active chlorine. That is the result and discussion for stability test. So the graph show the result of stability of HCl for 10 days. So I choose randomly HCl with the concentration of 500 ppm selected for this test. So there were two conditions for the test. One with open condition and the other one is closed condition. So the result show the sample with closed condition maintain the concentration at 500 ppm for 10 days. While the HCl sample in open condition, its concentration decreasing every day until 0 ppm on the 10 days. So the average concentration decrement about 10% per day. The last one is result for the transmittant. So a dense or population of bacteria in the sample cuvette will reflect the light passing through the sample cuvette in spectrometer. So if transmittant is 1 means intensity of incoming light equal to intensity of light after passing the sample. It means no bacteria growth. If value transmittant near to 0 means that the bacteria count in the sample is very dense. Let's go through the graph. As you can see, when no HCl solution was introduced, the transmitter measure were 0.194, meaning that the bacterial population was growing after 24 hours in the incubation. So with naked eyes, the sample C was cloudy due to presence of dense bacterial population. The next sample with 2.5 ml HCl solution, the measured transmittant was slightly increased to 0.363. So this value shows that the population of bacteria was less dense compared to the first sample. Then the measured transmittant strength is increasing from 0 to ml HOCl, meaning that population of bacteria reduced when more HOCl was added to the sample. So it is effective method to prove that HOCl has ability to reduce the bacteria growth. As you can see for the last result at 12.5 ml HOCl, the transmittance was 1. That means there are no bacteria present in the sample. So as the conclusion, I conclude that carbon electrode can be used to produce HOCl. 10 grams NaCl is the best amount to produce fertilizer, while 30 grams NaCl is the best amount to produce disinfectant. Next is the concentration and the pH HOCl was maintained in close condition. And the last one is the simple transmittance method used in this study showed that the HOCl produced in this research was proven to kill or reduce the bacteria growth. So that's all for me. You.
Assalamu alaikum, Idham.
Salam.
Yeah, actually, I didn't want to ask, but I have just for clarification for the others. First of all, transmittance, you said that it can show you how much bacteria available. Why you didn't use E. coli to make sure that really it is bacteria? This turbidity could be not bacteria, could be suspended solid, could be anything. So how you make sure that it is really bacteria?
Because this bacteria source I was used the drink water. So we know that drink water is dirty, so it must be conclude bacteria inside.
No, dirty water could be suspended solid, could be anything. Turbidity doesn't mean that bacteria. So if you make E. coli, because we have an instrument down, why not to check this one also? What's wrong with that? Because I told you during the last presentation also, better to make double check. Transmittance only, not enough to prove that it is really bacteria. Okay. And from your result, the electrode, you have 3 electrodes, right? Graphite, carbon, and
yes.
platinum, huh? So the best one, which
Yes.
one the best?
The best one is carbon.
Carbon. So it is very good because cheap, huh? Very nice. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's all from me.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for the question. Next, I would like to welcome Muhammad Azim bin Azri from University College Tati to share his research findings entitled Banana Peel, Preparation of Natural Absorbent. Please welcome.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Oh.
Sound.
Hello.
Mr. Azim, can you speak louder?
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Shall we start? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good evening. Today I would like to present about banana peels, preparation of natural bioabsorbent. So water pollution is a severe problem in Malaysia and has an adverse impact on the sustainable of water resource. Not only has that not only affected by plants and living organism, but also the health of population and the economy. So for the process, I will use hydrothermal carbonization or HTC. Actually, HTC is a chemical process for conversion of organic compound to structure carbons. In this research, the banana peel are used because of consulting cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and pectin in its biomass containing functional group like carboxyl, hydroxyl, and amine. So the material is banana peel. Banana is the one largest consumed fruit in the world and use less peel. Therefore, create one of the major agro waste problem. Nowadays, agricultural materials are receiving more and more attention as absorbent for the removal of heavy metal from water. Banana peel, a waste material, have a good potential as an absorbent to remove toxic metal like lead from water. Heavy, heavy metal are brought out in a great amount during industrial activity and contaminant surrounding. The industrial effluent which contain different derivatives of heavy metal such as cadmium, lead, copper, chromium, argentum, and more are continuously discharging to ecosystem and producing a significant toxic impact to aquatic environment. Metal ions are non-biodegradable and many of them are soluble in aqueous media and easily usable for living things. Uh, the main aim of this research was to determine the effect of absorbent dosage of HTC banana peel in heavy absorption. So for the research background, lead is the most significant toxic of the heavy metal and in organic form are absorbed through ingestion by food and water and inhalation by Ferner 2010. But mineral content in a banana peel is primarily consistent of potassium and manganese. Other materials present are sodium, calcium, and iron at respectively. A wide variety of commonly discarded waste, including eggshell, bone, pit, fungi, seaweed, yeast, and banana peel, can efficiently remove heavy ion from contaminated water. So for the problem statement, the first one is a high cost. We know the production of oyster to make the production it costs more, and if you use it, it will cost more. It will cost more per time. So the more the time you use, the higher the cost. The next one is generate slush. Add wastewater. If you add something to treat the water, it will generate slush in water, and it's a problem to dispose slush to the river. Next, highly skilled labor, which is we need an very skilled person to manage the wastewater system. And the last one is poor absorption capacity, which is banana peel is a weak absorption capacity. So we try to enhance them by use HTC process. So my objective is first one is to synthesize banana peel hydrochars bioabsorbent. The next one is to characterize the function group of banana peel hydrochar. And the third one is to evaluate the heavy metal absorption performance of banana peel hydrocha bioabsorbent. So we move to the methodology. The first one is we wash the banana peels to remove the impurity. Next one is we cut into the piece. The third one, we dry it in oven at 105 degree to remove the moisture from the banana peel. After that, we will soak in potassium hydroxide for 2 hours. After that, we filter the banana peel, remove. Then we put in oven at 230 degrees Celsius 2 hours for HTC process. After that, we will wash the banana peels with distilled water until the pH is almost neutral. The next one, dry in oven at 80 degrees Celsius for 24 hours to dry the moisture. And the last one, the sample is ready to be tested. So for the result, we can see the FTIR show a few peak for banana peel treatment with potassium hydroxide, which is the red one. At 34,000, we can see a peak here, which is a hydroxy group. The next one is there at 1,000, 1,400 for carboxyl group, and 1,000, but around here for carboxyl general, and last one at 800 for alkyl group. In banana peel with potassium hydroxide, it's more effective than the normal one because uh, the normal one did not enhance with HTC. So all of the content will be abstract to the heavy metal that contain in solution. So for the next one, the table show the amount of adsorbent that be done by the banana peel, that banana peel with potassium hydroxide. Uh, for to more simplify, I make a graph. So this is the graph for the absorption. As we can see, lead effectively absorb the heavy metal for 24 hours. Chromium, it absorb, but the absorbent will lose after 24 hours because chromium is a strong heavy metal. The next one is copper. For the copper, also absorb the heavy metal well.
Mr. Azim.
Yes.
Only 1 minute left for your presentation.
All
So
right.
please proceed to conclusion.
For conclusion, the initial amount of KOH had significantly influence on the surface properties. The initial amount of KOH impact the absorption mechanism of lead, copper, and chromium ion on these bioadsorbents. Bioadsorbent derived from fresh banana peel via carbonization catalyzed potassium hydroxide could be excellent bioadsorbent for lead removal in aqueous environment. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azim, for the exciting presentation. Next is Q&A session. If the panels have any question, please unmute and ask directly.
Azim?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think that your product
can be used for industrial waste, and how do you think your product can give an effective result for industrial waste? Thank you.
Okay, to answer your question, first of all, this is only a testing purpose only, not for wide use. So the amount of banana have been absorbed by the heavy metal is it can absorb, but we need more of banana peel. So for the future research, I think it can be developed more to make the banana peel can absorb more heavy metal than before. So we can use it on the industrial plant.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, Dr. Najwa Buleh. Azim.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. In your objective, synthesize, characterize, and apply, right?
Yes.
So characterize, okay, we understand that synthesize, okay. Characterize only IR.
Yeah.
Only IR. What about powder size? What about, you need to make more character, which is doesn't need equipment. Like only sieving, you will get more characterization. IR only not enough.
Oh.
So in your final thesis, better to add something about size particle because very important.
Particle.
And yeah, and treatment temperature. How many temperature you use?
I use 280 for HTC.
Why you select 280?
Because HTC process use about 180 to 280 degree for the hydrothermal temperature. So I take it around 230 to use it because it in the range of HTC process.
Last time I advised you to make higher temperature, better.
Yes.
So why not to make 500, for example?
I already make, but during the.
I think okay. We discuss tomorrow. Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed and Mr. Azim. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our last presenter. I would like to welcome Tuan Siti Fatimah binti Tuan Mak Fauzi from University College TATI to present her work entitled Stability and Properties Determination of Organic-Based Lip Balm. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tuan Siti Fatimah binti Tuan Mak Fauzi. I am a student, Bachelor of Chemical Engineering and Technology at University College TATI. So today I will be presenting my project about stability and properties determination of organic-based lip balm. Nowadays, consumer demand for nature-based product cosmetics as they are safe to use and environmental friendly. So what is organic lip balm? So what is organic base? So organic base is raw material must at least 95% organic. It should have higher level of antioxidants, sustainably sourced organic ingredients, and biodegradable ingredients. And it should not have artificial colors and preservative, fewer pesticide, and controversial chemicals. So the purpose of this study is research is to study the properties of lip balm based on a variety of organic raw material and evaluation of stability parameters as a melting point, organoleptic characteristic, and functionality. It is important to use lip balm because lip balm is helpful in sealing the cracks that are visible on a chapped mouth. The sealing helps prevent infection and further irritation. According to dermatologists, human skin heals faster when it is moist. For the wax process involves physical separation and no chemical reactions are involved, since it derived from leaves, peels, and fruits of different plants or are separated from plant oil by dewaxing. Shea butter. Shea butter is widely used locally for curing leprosy and other ailments and has various industrial uses that include soap making, cosmetics, lubricants, and paints. For oils and fat are differing in their physical forms. Generally, the latter are solid at room temperature. Both fats and oil are chemically glycerol esters, composed of glycerol and fatty acids, and are also called triglycerides. The problem statement here is the use of synthetic ingredients in lip balm is known to cause sensitivity. The problem statement here is the use of synthetic ingredients in lip balm is known to cause sensitivity problems to some consumers. There are three objectives. First, to prepare the organic lip balm by using natural products as 95% raw material. Second, to characterize the properties of organic lip balm produced. And lastly, to determine the best formulation in organic lip balm produced and compare with the commercial product. So the method that I use in my research is, first, I select appropriate raw ingredients and weight the ingredients, such as wax, butter, and oil. Second, I melt the wax in a hot water bath in descending order of the melting point and continuous stirring till it melts completely. Then third, I mix the melting wax with the butter, then melt again, continue stir until completely melt. In the mixture, I mix with the oil and then I stir vigorously until a smooth emulsion forms. Then I pour the mixture into the clean and lubricated molds, allow them to cool to achieve contraction of the waxes to facilitate easy removal of the lip balm. Then the product performance will be assessed based on the color, odor, and texture of the product. Lastly, the spreadability and melting point also will be tested. For the result and discussion, in my research, I use wax, 2 different butter, and 3 different oil. For the formulation 1, 2, and 3, I use shea butter. And for the formulation 4, 5, and 6, I use cocoa butter. And every formulation is using 3 different oil, almond oil, olive oil, and coconut oil. The pH of the formulations are 5. Based on the genre, pH 5 is still suitable for the lip. From this formulation, an organoleptic test was carried out to choose the best among the best formulation. I will show you the result later. So, based on the previous test, 2 formulations were found. I name it as formulation 7 and 8. The formulations are using wax, shea butter, and 2 different oils, olive and coconut oil. For this formulation, FTIR and testimony from students were conducted. First result is spreadability test. The formulation are tested in 3 different temperatures. Room temperature 27 degrees Celsius, refrigerator 5 degrees Celsius, and oven 40 degrees Celsius. As you can see, for the formulation 7 and 8, the result is good in 2 temperature, room and refrigerator, but intermediate in oven temperature. So G is stand for good, uniform, and does not leave fragments. I is intermediate. It is uniform but leave few fragments. B is for bad, not uniform and leave many fragments. Next is the melting point. For the melting point test, Formation 7 and 8 took a long time to start melting compared with other formation and fully melt at 75 to 82 degrees Celsius. It is considered suitable for Malaysia temperature. So for the organoleptic test, first is order. The lip balm were tested in 3 different temperatures. It also in room, refrigerator, and oven temperature. So Y is stand for yes, and N is stand for no. Formulation 7 and 8 does not have smell in all the temperature. Next is the color test. The lip balm also tested in 3 different temperatures. The colors that occur are of white, and yellowish. So as you can see, formulation 7 is yellowish and formulation 8 is white. Both of the formulation colors were affected by the color of the oil. So the last test for the formulation 7 and 8 is FTIR, Fourier Transform Infrared Spectroscopy. FTIR is a technique that is extremely useful for the characterization of organic materials, including polymers and certain inorganic compounds. For the formulation 7, it shows that it contains alkanes because if you can see at the first
Sorry, Ms. Fatima. You only have 1 minute left for the presentation, so please proceed to conclusion.
The conclusion is based on the experimental testing, the objective are achieved. So from my research, the formulation that is the best that I found is formulation 7, composition of beeswax, shea butter, and olive oil. Has been chosen as the best lip balm based on the FTIR test, organoleptic test, and testimony by 11 students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fatima. Okay, for Q&A session, any question from audience or panel, you may ask directly by unmuting your speaker.
Assalamualaikum, Fatima. Did you calculate the cost of your lip balm? Cost.
Yeah.
Did you calculate the cost of your lip balm? Is it comparable to the commercial? How much you will sell your lip balm?
So if it considered based on the ingredients and the lip balm tube, I would consider it would be same as the commercial, but because it is based on organic, I would prefer it would be the same price as the commercial. The price would be not higher or not lower.
Okay, thank you.
Fatima, I have a question here. Have you done any allergy testing towards, allergy testing? Have you done any allergy testing?
Yes, I should show you the result about the testimony from the students, since I choose the students from the student who has always have chapped lip, allergy to the nuts, and for always has dry lip. So I already tested on them, and for those who have allergies of the nut, I already out the formula from the almond oil. So from the allergic wine, she can use olive oil. Since the lip balm that I achieved is from olive oil.
All right, thank you, Fatima.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fatima and Puan Raihan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you very much for your active participation in this colloquium. Next, I would like to invite Puan Safia to consume the closing ceremony.
But before that, we will have a short break, about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Tingkah laku sope tentu bahagia. Adik ngah abang hidup berdua. Saya sama saya.
Kalau betul abis saya, goya jujur kawani saya. Madana tu buat bersiapa tanda bersyukur kepada
dia, oh gadis Kelantan, aku tergoda, tak puas ku pandai. Darah kau janda, bermain di fikiran, hajak nak tanda, nak buat gewe. Comelnya dia, oh gadis Kelantan, comelnya dia, oh gadis Kelantan.
cinta, sukanya berpisah dengan dirimu, sukanya melupakan oh dirimu. Jangan kau tinggalkan diriku, jangan kau berpaling kasihmu, jangan kau biarkan diriku sepi tanpamu. Sayangku, kembalilah padaku, tiada tempat untuk menyatu. Sayangku, berikanlah kasihmu buat diriku. Jangan kau tinggalkan diriku, jangan kau.
Oh. Start dah ke? Belum ni kok. Start dah ke? Dah. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How was it so far? So, are you guys are still as fresh and enthusiastic as you were this morning? So far, okay? Still going strong? Okay, so
Okay,
I
madam.
hope all of you have found our presentation as informative and useful. On the presenter part, I think it was a very good experience, right? Because you got to boost your confidence, be exposed to research presentation, and also at the same time practice your English language skill and presentation skill. It is now, I think, 11 minutes past 2 in the evening for Thailand time, 3:10 p.m. Malaysia time, and 12 p.m. Japan time. And we have now come to the most awaited session for Tamina. That is the announcement of the best presenters. So for this session, can we have all presenters from University College TATI, University MIE, and PNU to please activate your camera and as well as a support to the winner. So kindly please activate your camera, presenters. Mr. Kota, Daichi, PNU, Arisa, can everyone participant, the presenters, please activate your camera. So for your information, the judges have decided to name 3 presenters as the best presenters. So these presenters are selected based on 7 criteria, which are their content, slide creation, slide transition, the media used in their slides, the language mechanic, their presentation skills, and their response to question. So now, are you ready, everyone? Drum roll, please. Ding, ding, ding. Drum roll. Technical team. Can we have drum roll? I cannot hear any drum roll. And the winner, the first presenter, the first best presenter is Wanukoisa Chamar, Waidai Waji, and Supojni Sansuk. Congratulations. So they presented Thai herb patch as anti-inflammatory formulation pain relief. So technical team, can you please share screen for PNU so we can screen cap their photo? PNU? PNU? Can we have the team? Wanukosa Chama or Roida or Supajni on the screen so we can screen cap their face and the certificate.
First yang.
PNU?
Hold second please.
Or shall we just proceed? Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. Now we get,
Okay, thank you.
So can I see a show of hand? The team that just won the best presenter. Hi, congratulations everyone for winning the best presenter. So congratulations. Technical team, can you screen spotlight certificate and PNU so we can screen cap the picture?
Spotlight kau. Tak boleh, tak boleh. Soalnya tutup mic.
Oh, okay. So, alamak. Yep. Okay, so now congratulations PNU. So there is a bit technical difficulty in our part. So next, let's present the best presenter. The second best presenter is, drum roll please. Oh, okay. Why don't we screen cap PNU technical team? Meanwhile, since it's working now. Okay. Can you put spotlight the certificate and PNU? Cannot? Oh, cannot. Still cannot? Okay, cannot, sorry. So we proceed with the next presenter. So the next presenter, the next best presenter is from ding 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 drum roll, ding 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 ding. Miss Nur Aina Muhammad Zul with her paper entitled Fabrication of Metallocellulose Base Membrane. Okay. Can we have Okay. Congratulations, Miss Aina, for your presentation. Yay! Okay, and the last best presenter is ding 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 is ding 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 ding. Ta-da! Not yet. Mr. Kota Suganuma from Mie University. Yay! So, Mr. Kota? Congratulations, Mr. Kota. Yay! Yay! Okay, so technical team, can we have all winners, the three winners? Can you put spotlight for the three winners? Mr. Kota, Miss Aina, and PNU, and try to screen cap their picture.
Number 3, Aini. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Can you try screen cap them? Okay, Mr. Kota and Aina, please smile. Okay, there they are. So the winning team from PNU. Okay, can you screen cap the picture, technical team? So one member missing from PNU, is it? Okay, technical team, have you finished screen cap their picture screen? Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, capture. Okay, then technical team. Okay, freestyle. The technical team requesting us to do freestyle. Okay, freestyle. Okay, technical team. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we hope the organizer you had a very fruitful experience of learning, sharing, and networking at Tamina 2021. To all participants, winners, and committee, we will email your certificate via email. So you can find your certificate in your email inbox, okay? So however, all good things must come to an end. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee of Tamina 2021 would like to extend our gratitude and thank you to University College TATI, Mia University, Princess of Naradhiwas University, and all participants for the attendance, support, and engagement for Tamina 2021. So this is the end of Tamina 21. Once again, thank you for gracing the first Tamina 2021 with your presence. Signing off, thank you, and see you in the next Tamina. Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Bye, Shuhei. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Safia. Bye, Shohei. Bye, Arisa.
Bye, Arisa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Bye. You may sign off. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.